he just heard bits
Super
and
Bowl.
pieces.
No, you guys were just so positive. It's so overwhelmingly positive
You're
about
like the Micah
Falcons.
Parsons
It was
of
ridiculous.
this show, reinventing things to fit your narrative.
Yeah, this is also the dude who thinks James Franklin is Nick Saban. So there's a whole,
You should go back and listen to the podcast.
Who's going to be the
Listen to
next head
yourself.
coach of the Jets? Why don't we talk about that instead of this next on Unsportsmanlike ESPN Radio and ESPN2?
Adam Schefter here with Vivid Seats. We've got some late-breaking news coming out of the stands. According to multiple sources, Vivid Seats fans are scoring rewards on every purchase and at a rapid pace. Obviously, these rewards are a game changer, and coupled with their MVP-worthy ticket selection, why get tickets anywhere else? Don't drop the ball this season. Shop with Vivid Seats and earn rewards on every ticket. And as the official ticketing partner of ESPN, Vivid Seats is offering you $20 off your first $200 ticket purchase with code Schefter. That's code Schefter.
Did your holiday shipping let your customers down or peak volumes too much to handle? Partner with ShipBob for better order fulfillment in 2025. ShipBob fulfills orders for you, whether they're from your website, retail partners, marketplaces, or social channels, and delivers affordable 2-day shipping from dozens of fulfillment centers across the U.S. and worldwide. Plus, our dashboard lets you view real-time inventory levels across all your locations and channels. Go to shipbob.com for a free quote.
7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. And Doug, look over on your right. It's Cam Jansen in today for the vacationing Martin Kilcoyne.
I saw him sitting over there. Hello,
What's up,
Cam.
buddy? What's going on, guys?
I'm so thrilled to see you here.
Good to see you guys. Man, oh man.
What's the good word? I need the good word. You're always happy. You're always energetic.
Yeah. I got energy
complete
still.
Opposite of me.
No, I'm not always happy, but I live a good life. You know? It's kind of stress-free. But yeah, traveling a lot with the team, which is cool. You know, hanging out with Curbs and Jamie Rivers, you know.
Jackson's nemesis. I don't know if you're aware of their sideways.
No, I get the game.
Would you be on my side if I started to, like, if we got in the little Donnybrook, would you?
Jamie would pound you, but he would look like a bully. So if he did, you could be like, hey, and you're the victim, and then get everybody on your side.
Cam's already thought through the mental angle.
Yes,
that's a good play. It's a good play.
But other than that, man, I'm doing well. Like I am. Like it's fun to be on the road with the guys, to see them on the plane, see just a kind of everyday interaction. I like going to different the rinks and seeing the people that maybe I saw back in the day that work there. Like I ran into Steve Eiserman the other day in Detroit, which, you know, he's not happy at anything right now. I had a coffee in my hand, and I walked around the corner, and he was right there, and I hit him.
Oh, no.
And my coffee's like, and I'm like, oh, sorry, sir. Oh. And he just had this look in his eye. He walked right past. I'm like, whoa, that was interesting.
He was always kind of a really serious guy, wasn't he?
Well, they're not good.
Well, I know,
And
but
they
even
got
before that, he kind of came across as all business all the
he's
time.
the captain, you know, kind of the team captain kind of guy, kind of attitude. But no, yeah. If you're talking to Jamie, actually, you play with him. He's actually a really, really good guy. But going to these different rinks, seeing people in different management situations, it's just pretty cool. It really is. Travel's a little touchy, though. I'll tell you that right now.
Now, when you say travel's a little touchy, what does that mean?
Well, I'll tell you,
I need
because
to know.
it's, even if you think, oh, we have a nice jet, by the way. The Blues do it right. They have everything laid out perfectly, all this different, just healthy everything. Guys got beer, they got beer, they, you know, whatever they need, they have. There's 3 different, like, sections on the jet where the management and coaches sit up front. Then you got the players, and then the media, we have our own little area in the back. Really nice. Seats are really nice. But sometimes you'll be stuck on a tarmac for 3 hours.
Oh, no.
You know?
3 hours?
What's going on when you're stuck on a tarmac?
Well, like, or maybe 2 hours. Where
did this happen? This had to have happened relatively recently.
Actually, the Canada swing was okay, but sometimes, where would he come from the other day? Maybe it's even, it's Detroit. Just coming home from Detroit, it was like 40 degrees out, but you get to the airport, and all of a sudden, you got to sit there, and they got different things to do, and all of a sudden, the runway needs to be treated again.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
And we're just sitting there like, okay, 2 hours. So it was a 45-minute flight turned into a 2 hour and 45-minute flight. We're chilling. Like, don't get me wrong. But for the players, I forgot how, man, sometimes you just get jammed up. Now you're home at 2 o'clock instead of 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
There's a big difference there. So that all kind of comes back to you, and you're like, man, oh, man. The travel's difficult. It really is.
Hasn't this...
Me in this town, so I'm a wimp.
How does the manager take it when the media starts complaining about the travel?
Isn't that fun? I'm complaining for the players. They don't even complain. I'm just like, when you played, I forgot how much time you travel. It's crazy.
Has this past month, and you've been on the road for a good portion of it, both with a combination of the road games and the quality of the opposition before they kind of lightened up here recently, I haven't seen anything like it. I mean, for real, you guys have been on the road constantly and usually playing pretty damn good teams. These guys haven't had a break. They come back to St. Louis for a game and then back out they've been going.
They've had a weird schedule, but everybody really has.
Because of the 4 nations.
God, you should hear, like, we were down in Edmonton, and Tampa's there. They get there early. And I'm like, what's up with you guys? They're like, we were supposed to go from Tampa to Vancouver.
With the Taylor Swift thing.
Taylor Swift. So now they have to go like the day before. They get in really, really late. I'm like, okay. And just things like that. Everybody's going through it. So you just laugh because of the 4 nations. And now, like, the Blues schedule is actually quite nice. The guys are going to be home all the time. You get a 2-week break. If you're not playing that, the media does. Everybody kind of gets to chill out a little bit. So it is, I rather have it really difficult at the beginning and let it kind of, balance itself out at the end of the year through the dog days, which is February, January. Those are the dog days. So if you balance all that, although people would say you don't want to do that during Christmas time and the holidays and stuff like that. But if you're a player, like, you you don't think much of Christmas. You know,
when you're sitting on the tarmac and the plane hadn't left, do you feel it's your place to storm down the aisle and say, "Come on, Stillman, get this bird in the air"?
What are we doing up there? Let's go. I mean,
You yell, "Come on,
so
Stillman,
funny.
let's get this bird in the air."
Yes.
I just kind of I look down and I'm like, no one's even thinking about it. You know, I'm like, interesting. Like this is it just shows like it's not as easy as you think. Even if you're flying private, you get stuck all the time. The bus has this, hotels have that. Like I look at Rich Jankowski, who I'll give a shout out, who takes care of everything.
I'm a big Rich Jankowski.
He is the coolest guy. He was there when I was there. He looks the exact same, by the way. It's so funny. No one ages.
What's going on? He's
I'm the only one that
Button.
ages in this organization. It's so odd to me. But like he's got to make sure everything's organized. He's got to call different hotels. There's so much more going on that you see. Oh, when you're not a player, I didn't notice all that stuff. Like, what are we doing? Okay. Like we're going.
You talked like you were from the San Fernando Valley.
What are we doing? Like, what's going on? But whenever you see, like, you talk to those guys on a day-to-day basis, you see what's going on, you ask questions. So it's a lot more going on than you think.
Doug, you may have heard this story because I had just started working with you at KMOV, but I don't know if you've heard this story, Cam. This took place on a Blues flight.
Oh boy.
And I'll watch your facial reaction to see if you heard it. Now, this predates you. This happened in 2000. I had just been working in Little Rock, Arkansas 3 weeks beforehand, get hired at KMOV, and I'm on a flight with the President's Trophy winning Blues to San Jose. As the team is flying to San Jose, I'm next to my photographer. Doug knows him as Naum.
Naum Furman. Let's go to the locker room.
That's correct. And at the time, the media, and you say, Doug, now the media runs up and says, let's get this bird in the air.
Come on, Stillman, let's get this bird in the air.
You've said enough to get your rights holder merit badge.
There was a gentleman who had enjoyed a libation or two, and I think we were somewhere over Colorado or Utah when he's yelling at my photographer, who was sitting right in front of him, who's from the Ukraine, to go back to Pavel Demitra, who did not play in the loss to the Sharks, I believe it was Game 2, and go back there and call Pavel Demitra a 5-letter word for cat or kitten for not playing in the game.
Oh, my God.
Mark Sauer and Larry Plow and Joel Quenneville are seated about 10 feet away from this. And I believe it was Sauer who turned around and said, you better shut the F up or we're going to land this plane right here, right now, and you're off the flight.
Yeah, things have changed, just so you know.
So Doug goes in there and tells Stillman to get this bird up in the air, but other than that, everybody else is pretty docile?
These guys get taken care of like no other. Like, we'll wait for them to walk off you just wait for them to get off the bus, wait for them to get off the plane, make sure they're all good. You know, hell, back in the day, Chaser was playing cards with us in the back of the plane, taking all my damn money and not blue lighting me, and then yelling at me to go in when I have a 2-7 offsuit. That's not happening anymore. You say hey to the guys, but it's all about them. They got it pretty good, man. They truly do. They do. It's changed a little bit.
There's nothing worse than a comfortable media person.
They might get rained on in Chicago.
Yeah, what about that?
I don't
today?
know. Has that ever happened?
For the Winter Classic? I don't think so, because usually you're going to be playing and it's going to be cold so that it turns into snow.
Freezing cold, like Minnesota, where everybody's like, But I wonder I don't remember any game getting canceled because of rain. You can't play when it's rainy. That ice would be so messed up. Guys would be like literally rolling the dice, rolling their ankle every time they get on the ice.
Is that right?
Yeah,
really?
Very dangerous. When the ice is bad, you could hurt yourself like that in so many different ways. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen.
Let me take a look at the forecast here for Chicago.
Yeah.
I know it's going to be relatively warm. It's 40 degrees now, and it is rainy in Chicago, just like it is in the St. Louis area. Puck drop, 4 p.m. The pregame show here on 101 ESPN is going to start at 2 p.m. today, so it's 2 hours. So it's 21-mile-an-hour winds.
Oh,
and
boy.
It will be 38 degrees with rain/snow showers and wind. 18-mile-an-hour winds out of the north-northwest, Doug. How do you do?
Well, you want to play outdoor hockey into December in Chicago? You take your chances.
Yeah.
I'm going to Chicago. Stand up. I'm guessing you didn't play on a lot of frozen ponds in Eureka.
I'm glad you asked me that question, because no, I didn't. I did have a pond way out yonder where I grew up in Pacific. we did have a neighborhood pond, and we would go out there. And I did get stuck one time where they had to get the tractor and hold me up and pull me out of the mud. But it was just mud.
You
know
fell
what I mean?
through the ice and went to mud.
Right to mud, and I couldn't get out, so they take the tractor and get you out. But
just like a cow stuck out there.
Anybody in Missouri that played hockey didn't learn the skill and the game of outdoor ponds. That is so you can't. The weather is just way too mild. You cannot do that. They played roller hockey. Patty, me, Bullock, we all just played roller hockey in the basement. My dad cleared the basement, all concrete, and rip pucks down there. You know, that's what you would do. Break windows, break lights. You hear him stomping down, walking down to yell at us, but then you let us do it because that's what we're supposed to do. That's how we got into hockey, is rollerblading in St. Louis.
How about that?
I imagine it's still a thing probably in Saskatchewan and places way up in Canada.
Saskatchewan?
Yeah,
for sure.
But almost nowhere in the U.S., with global warming being what it is there a whole lot of pond? And they always make a big deal. Well, this is how they all got started, playing on the pond. They're all in perfect rinks all over the North America.
Back in the day, they did.
Yeah, way back
in the day.
Yeah.
When I was playing in Albany, in the minors, my buddies would have these houses, nice houses on these big lakes in Albany. And yes, we skated. It was 2 feet thick in Albany. Skated out there with all the kids, dogs, just ripping pucks all day long. That's how they started. Things have changed now, probably, yeah, but up in Minnesota, freezing cold.
Oh, yeah.
Freezing cold.
Yeah, those pond hockey
Go to
tournaments.
North Dakota, freezing cold still. We have it good here, man.
Oh, I know.
We have mild winters. I know you guys complain about the winter.
We do.
I listen to it a lot.
Doug and I, that's where
It's
we're
not
lost.
that bad.
I lived in Rochester, Minnesota for 3 years, and that was southern Minnesota. It was like living in the Arctic Circle.
Arctic, yeah.
It was horrible.
I
It was horrible.
know.
I said, what are you people doing up here?
I don't want that
Get in
either.
a car, drive 5 hours, and you won't believe how much easier your life is.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful in the summertime in Minnesota, man. You got a lot of lakes to choose from.
10 months of winter and 2 months of bad sledding.
Wreck me, Doug.
That's what it was.
You heard him.
Jackson's firing the drops today. You're welcome to participate in the conversation. YouTube.com/TMASTL. That is where you can watch the show and talk it over. The delectable Danny Pintaro's in there talking to Stag. And that's Stag's in there talking. And you can call in. Chairman Kurt's manning the phone lines with Cam Jansen in 314-974-0101. The phone lines are brought to you by Collier and Thompson. You can text in to our Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. We got a big program here with Cam in today. You got the Blues and the Winter Classic at 4 p.m. and what could be if it rains, what do you think they do?
Delay it.
Yeah?
I mean, yeah. Do they put like a tarp over everything?
Doug,
I don't know.
Tarp out on the
Doug, what's going on with this?
I don't know. I'm not there.
Man.
I would assume a place like Wrigley Field has all of the equipment and has got it figured out. It got every possible situation
I tell you what, the Blues,
discussed and covered.
don't boo Gary Bettman if you're a St. Louis Blues fan.
What, you talking about 3 Winter Classics in 8 years?
I mean, come on. Like, what are we doing here?
All-Star game.
I mean, All-Star game. Like,
All-Star
what?
game.
Like, you're booing him? Like, no, he's said yes to a lot of things.
I don't know why
and then
people-
Zimmerman, those guys, too, pursuing that.
I don't know why people boo and hate Bettman as much as they do, and they have for years.
NHL's doing pretty good. Well, we got locked out a couple times, and it set us back. I mean, guys were making $10 million. Walt and those guys in the 90s, late 90s, making 10. Then they got a setback, and they put the cap in and stuff like that. And so players are starting to now make that kind of money they did in the 90s. So there certainly was a setback, but the NHL's in a pretty good spot.
Well, I can see where the players may not like him, but the fans.
It's just one of those things where you boo the commissioner. I don't think there's a lot of thought to it. It's just kind of a dogmatic reaction to commissioners' appearances.
And that's why I want them to know that just kind of maybe next time you boo them, like think like, you hooked the Blues up quite well.
Yeah, 3 Winter Classics in 8 years and an All-Star game. That is a hell of a run for the Blues. In addition to that, Missouri winning the Music City Bowl. Jackson's got the pick 6 for the college football playoff, which will get underway in about, I think the kickoff tonight is at 6:30. It's not a 7 or 7:30 kickoff, so that's good. Got that coming up. An athletic article on the Cardinals and Nolan Arenado this morning. We got a development there.
Oh, no.
I mean, I'm just telling you. Cam, you came in for a big show.
Let's go.
Your mere presence makes it even bigger. So that's what we got for you here on Jackson's Dossier. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Cam Jansen in for the vacationing. Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA. Presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Media says watch out for ass. Bennington is up for the task. Load your players with Gloria. I can feel a sense of euphoria. One more round, that's what's up. St. Louis Blues are coming for the cup.
Let's get you fired up, Cam.
Yeah, I know this song. But the one you could use on YouTube, I guess. You know,
it's a good read.
Yeah.
Does this make you want to skate a shift today in Chicago?
Yeah, sure. No, I do. I still skate with the guys on Wednesday nights at 420. So I get my groove on out there, and we're competitive, and we chirp, and then we'll have beer afterwards.
Who's out there?
It's actually the guys. A lot of guys don't skate anymore, so usually it's me, Andy McDonald, Jax, and then a bunch of random.
No, we don't.
A bunch of random guys.
No, problem with that, Cam. I want you to know
what I do.
We're biding time. We do not go.
That's me thinking.
We don't do that around here.
I'm done with it.
Okay.
It's a bunch of guys that grew up and skated, and that we all kind of know the hockey people. So it is very competitive, and sometimes I make the teams up, and they get a little pissy with me, which is all good. But Jim Campbell too, who's the president, I should say.
Oh, he's the president.
He's the president. Actually, he's a GM now, because once I put the teams together, they complain to me like no other. So I'm like, you do it now, Jimmy, because we have to make it somewhat even. Because if you get stomped on out there for an hour straight, because I stack the teams, it's not fun.
Who's your best player now?
Yeah, who's the guy that causes problems?
Jack Combs, coach of Lindenwood. Didn't play in the NHL, but he's the best player out there. Andy McDonald's probably still really up there. And there's some random kids that are just skating, man, that played college and whatnot that are really, really good. you know.
A few years makes a big difference to them.
Yeah, you slow down quick when you get older. I tell you that in hockey, man. Your body slows down. Your mind's there with passes and stuff, but the first 3 steps, you're like, interesting, you know.
He's a stick, huh?
So he's not playing. I'll tell you that right now.
Andy
Big
McDonald obviously still lives in St. Louis.
He looks like he's 30 years old.
Is that right?
He was a good player. He was
really good player.
Yeah,
he got concussion problems. I remember that.
Right.
Yeah, he got rocked pretty good and slowed down a little bit with that. But he's unbelievable. They all coach out there, man. All these guys are at the rink every single day. They're in Centene every day with their kids. Hell, their kids are going to school at Centene, getting hockey school. It's unbelievable.
So they don't go to like a school.
No,
they go to
TPH.
Yeah, I saw that sign out there. Like Basil McCray's son runs it, right?
Phil, who's an awesome guy, and he does a great job. And they go to school throughout the day, practice all day. They basically live at the rink.
Really?
I know, man.
They got that big sign of all the guys who've made it to the NHL. I'm sure that's a motivator for all these kids.
Yeah, look at how many guys. Look at. It took a while. It took a while since the Blues got in '67. I made it in '05. That's a long gap to have, you know. But now, just boom, 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 boom.
You were the first of the St. Louisans to make it.
I mean, Pat LaFontaine was born here. He left at an early age, but I was born and raised. Went to Eureka High School, played AAA hockey. Got drafted in Ontario Hockey League and had to leave. So I was the first one born and raised to play in the NHL from St. Louis and for the Blues.
How many goals would you get a season for Eureka?
I didn't play I was playing junior hockey at that point.
Pardon the hell out of me.
Well, I'm just letting you know.
Pardon the hell out of me.
I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting you know. No,
how many would you get in juniors, like in high school age?
In AAA, when I was playing high level at AAA at 11, 12, 13, 50.
Really?
Yeah. And then 300 minutes in penalties.
You had saucy mitts?
Yeah, I scored goals. Me and Joey Vitale were dominant.
Is that right?
He played on my team, too. Yeah, in AAA.
Huh.
Who was better?
I mean, I was rocking guys, man. I'm not going to lie to you. And my dad was getting yelled at by men and women of the other team, and they'd hate it, and he'd have to go hide. It was...
You were hurting the other children.
God, it was so physical.
At what age were you hurting the children?
12, 13, 14.
You were a man-child.
I was crushing these kids.
Did you hit puberty real early?
What's that?
You hit puberty real early?
Yeah, for sure.
Take your shirt off.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, gosh.
100%. I was.
So you're bigger and stronger than everybody else on the
I wasn't that big. I'm 5'11". People didn't think I was going to be a heavyweight because I was too small, but I was just, I had them. Upstairs, I was crazy. I wanted to hit guys. Just all these linebackers and stuff, man. They want to hit.
Yeah, that's a good thing in football and hockey to be crazy.
Yeah,
kind of
a little bit crazy. It's good to be crazy and control it. Just control it. You know. But me and my dad would have to go way up 10 hours, 12 hours, and the first shift of this big tournament, I would hit this kid so hard and get kicked out of the whole tournament, and we'd have to turn around 10, 12 hours.
Is it a legal hit? Maybe
I don't know. Sometimes they were, sometimes they weren't. You know, I was just big. I was just hitting guys, man. It was bad.
The Devils like that. And the Blues.
Yeah. I mean, that's the only reason why I stayed in the NHL is because I was able to hit.
Cam, I feel this. I was the first one in my family to have an email read on TMA, so we're pretty much the same athletically. That's from Mr. Nipples. Yeah, that is kind of similar. Cam was the first St. Louis to make it to the NHL, and Mr. Nipples was his first family member to get an email read.
It's almost the exact same thing.
Can I just say how great Cam is on the radio? I love this guy. More Cam, less Jackson.
Oh,
from Eric.
He didn't even do anything.
Eric in the Central. I said, I don't even know Jackson's talked today. You know, Jackson, you don't even talk to you get shrapnel.
I know all these guys.
Eric, you know Eric in the Central. I said, well, Jackson says he's attractive, but he's not attracted to him.
Come on already. This is nonsense.
How about that? How about Doug Jackson's shirt today? It says, enjoy the Hamptons. He's kind of rubbing his wealth in our faces.
But you'll see it has NOHA, SOHA, Chippewa, Kings Highway. It's a reference to our Hamptons, the people's Hamptons.
Yeah. Oh. I get that.
As somebody who actually grew up there, I have a problem with this SOHA, NOHA nonsense.
Oh,
nobody from there calls it that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not from there.
What are you doing tonight?
What am I doing
That's a good
tonight?
question. This guy,
What you doing
he's going to
tonight?
be snorting rails off tramp stamps. Trust me on this.
No, my nose will stay
Be
clean.
careful with that.
That's good counsel over
I
there.
know.
My nose will stay clean.
All right.
I'm just hanging with my girlfriend. I don't think we're doing much.
Nah, dude. Just
I
go
don't buy
chill.
that. Call, Cam, call. See what he does on the turn. Something's doing.
Where do they go?
It's too expensive to. It's
Yeah.
just what do you get? You're gonna have to get a. You have to get a ride.
You have to get a ticket to a bar.
Have people over and watch something and
Yeah,
chill.
there's college football on
you know.
tonight. There's
Have some of the listeners over to watch NBA.
no chance. Absolutely not.
Well, when you go out, there's
An
so much
NBA
pressure.
party.
So much pressure to have fun on New Year's Eve to say this is the greatest time of my life, and you realize you're just standing there like any other night.
It's not worth the hangover. It's not worth the money. That's for sure. Because it's like they're just like. Everything is 3 times more expensive. Ubers, drinks, just to get into the bar, you have to like basically get a ticket. I'm not
Chill at
doing
home,
that.
dude.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Get some
hang with my
appies.
girlfriend. We'll
Yeah,
hang
put
out,
some
get
stuff in a crock pot, man. You know,
in the crock pot.
Crock pot.
yeah, some
How
like
old do you have
meatballs
to
or
be?
something.
Okay.
Oh, I cook, dude.
You do?
Do you really? What's the deal with you and Joey? You guys are chefs.
Oh man. Well, he's probably a little. He bakes stuff. I'm not.
He
a baker.
does. He gets up at 4:30 and starts baking.
I ain't doing
bread.
that.
That's the strangest
Yeah,
damn
but
thing.
we-
he works
this
on the docks.
ultimate Italian stereotype. Dock worker who bakes bread.
Well, I heard his
4:30
story
in
the other
morning.
day with the ghost. Poor thing.
Who's the poor thing? The ghost or Joey?
The ghost. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I cook, man. I barbecue. Oh yeah.
Is that
Love
right?
it, yeah.
Are you a master of the grill? Doug's very
Until
skeptical
you're
of
not.
guys who start talking up the
No,
barbecue.
until you're not, because you could screw things up really easily. Even if you are good and you know what you're doing, like sometimes you can. You know, depends on what you're doing. Like I did prime rib for my wife's family came over. I did
Really?
prime rib
For Christmas?
Yeah, which is not that hard. You put butter on it, blah blah blah. But I was just like, man.
So how'd you cook it, baby? How'd you cook it?
You got to let it thaw. You season it 24 hours beforehand.
Doug,
You let it-
seasonings is pleasing.
You let that you soak into the meat. Then you bring it out. You got to get room temperature. It's thick. Oh, gosh. So I got to let that thing sit for hours out. And then I make this like butter sauce for it, like a butter thing. You just whip it all together with different stuff, blah, blah, blah. Then you soak it on there. And I put a little mother veggies underneath, so all the
Mother
smoke,
veggies.
Mother
other
veggies.
veggies. So
Oh, other. I heard mother too.
It could be whatever, but they seeps down all that like fat and stuff like that, and you make a little roux out of that. So and I put it in the oven. Yeah, just keep it in the oven. You got to keep prodding it a little bit, see where you're at. 120. Take it out. Yeah. And then when I took it out, I picked it up wrong and it spilled everywhere. It almost ruined Christmas.
No.
Yeah.
Watch out. Here comes Suckboy Tony.
Did Kate begin to scold you? The juices were all over the
she was
floor.
good. Yeah, no, we lost a lot of juices. Like that's gold down there. That's what you make, the sauce with. So anyway,
Juice is squirting everywhere.
is that
Jackson,
Charlie?
you're fired. That was Chuckles Marlowe. We have a lot of Chuckles
Love him.
prominence here on the drops.
I got him one time real bad.
Oh, in what way?
He's the best drop we've ever had was Charlie Marlowe. I don't know why. I never annoyed him. I don't annoy people. I try not to do that.
No, I don't
Now,
think-
Jimmy and those two would go at it.
Cat and Chuckles would go at it.
Oh, my
Over
God.
politics.
Over so many different things. It was and I would just sit there and laugh. But Charlie was so chill. But for some reason, I'm like racing everybody in the studio, whatever. I'm like racing kids that are showing up on the parking lot. Like, I'm like, what am I doing here? So we had this thing where who's the best athlete? Or
You were racing people?
racing people. And like Kate actually looked at me and said, "Stop doing that because you're gonna hurt yourself." So for some reason, I was just on Charlie so bad that day about being an athlete, and then the text line was just bashing him, and I just kept reading it, and finally at the end, I've never seen him get to. You know how like it's just boiling. He's like, we're talking about basketball and how everybody's better than him at basketball. And he's like, I played high school basketball. We're all like, whoa.
You want to settle this like men? Let's do it over the AM radio airwaves.
And we're like, oh my God, Charlie. Like he had to like come out and say that he played. It was the funniest thing in the world. I love him. I love that man.
I love that guy too, man.
One of my favorite people ever.
He's good people. He'll be locked in tomorrow for the Buckeyes. I can tell you
Oh,
that.
yeah.
He's going to be with us on Thursday talking about the game, and he likes to stir the pot with the Big Ten SEC thing on the Twitter tweets.
Yeah, he does.
So he'll be ready to go with plenty of that.
He's witty on Twitter.
He engages. God bless him.
Mm-hmm.
God bless him. Jackson, I would imagine I need to take a break. I'm assuming. I'm kind of all right on the clock. Kind of all right on the clock. I kind of all right on the clock. Hey, if you were interested, people ask about the Chairman Kurt kind of manages the TMA STL shop. I've got one of the hoodies that you can get at tmastlshop.com. We also have quarter zips now. Any new wares, Chairman Kurt? We have hats that are outstanding as well.
No, the quarter zips was the newest drop. So,
there you go.
Yep.
And Doug, there's one in the color you're wearing right now for the people watching on YouTube, in the color I'm wearing, and then also red. It's tmastlshop.com. All right, coming up here, let's talk Music City Bowl and Missouri's win. Jackson's got the pick six. Nolan Arenado and Ken Rosenthal and Katie Wu with a story on The Athletic on a developing situation there with the Cardinals. All that is coming your way. This is TMA. It's 101 ESPN. Hey, Aesthetic Design is a place that I've gotten a chance to work with here, and Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build went out to their showroom in Chesterfield Valley, and the custom work they do is what stands out. So much so that I said, hey, if you guys wouldn't mind, can you come by my place and see what we can do at my home? And that's what they did. So I've gotten to know Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build, and if you're ready to take your outdoor space to the next level, Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build have you covered. You can call them at 636-532-5008 or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. The best thing about Aesthetic Design and Build is the custom work that they do. It's custom through and through. Custom decks, adding on a pergola. If you're looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens, they really do have answers for it all. AestheticDesignandBuild.com or call 636-532-5008. AestheticDesignandBuild.com. Let them know I sent you their way.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Missouri Tigers defeat the Iowa Hawkeyes yesterday in the Music City Bowl. That's the third time in Missouri history that the team has had back-to-back 10-win seasons. And today we got the Winter Classic Blues taking on the Blackhawks at Wrigley Field. You can catch that right here on 101 ESPN Puck Drop at 4 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back. This is TMA. It's 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Cam Jansen with you. Martin Kilcoyne vacationing at Jackson's parents' place in the Hamptons. Jackson's on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurtz manning the Collier and Thompson phone lines, which you can call into at 314-974-0101 and text into the Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. Watch the program on the YouTube channel, youtube.com/TMASTL. Jason Williams, White Chocolate, says in the YouTube chat, I'm surprised you knew that, Jackson. What's he talking about?
Knew what?
Jason Williams, call in, and we'll talk it over with you.
Boy, here's a highlight machine.
Oh, yeah.
White chocolate?
So like when I'm in a bad mood, throwing on like the 40-minute cut of Jason Williams highlights is pretty awesome.
Doug, when you're in a bad mood, do you watch 40-minute
You sit there and watch 40 minutes of highlights of an NBA player?
Have you seen some of his passes?
40 minutes?
Oh, he crossed up the glove so bad, and he tried to trip him on the way past. It was awesome.
He's been on a lot of podcasts lately.
Yeah, he's really funny.
Yeah.
He's really personable.
He's cool.
Yeah.
Who's the latest guest on the Cam and Strick podcast?
We do best of for the last 2 weeks.
Good
for
on you.
heaven's sake. People are complaining. They're complaining on Andy and I because we didn't do it right. It's like we got to take a couple weeks off. Andy's in Chicago right now with the kids and the Winter Classic and all that stuff, so we take 2 weeks off. We got Marty Brodeur coming up. We already recorded that. And then Ilya Kovalchuk.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's my boy I play with, yeah.
God bless.
Yeah.
What's Marty
I'd like to get the Russians on.
What's Brodeur doing these days?
He is head of operations for the Devils for not its business, not kind of like what Zimmerman does for the Devils. Yeah, yeah.
So must be a smart guy.
Yeah. Well, yeah, one of the best goalies ever. You can get. He was next to Doug Armstrong for a long time. Yeah. Assistant GM and travel and all that, and I think he's kind of like doing the other side of the business part with the Devils, which is perfect for him. Go shake hands. Golf tournaments, make sure people are wanting to come in and they're excited. They're awesome right now, by the way.
And he's a good guy, but laid back for such a superstar. Very, very humble.
I'll tell you, that guy is such a cool cat. And he didn't even be cool to me, and he was. And I forced the issue to hang out with him at a young age when I was playing there. I was young, man. I was like 20, 21 years old. I'm like, I want to hang out with you. And he would party, have fun, never gotten jammed up, just always...
never got jammed up mean? Don't you know what that means?
No, like I never saw Lou mad at him. Like I've never seen Lou's. I was always worried about Lou getting mad. Lou Lamoriello, our GM, so mad at me because I'm always hanging out and doing stuff, and like he just never. Like there's a lot of little things you needed to do under his realm, under Lou's realm. Meaning like if you have a beer after, like you got to hide stuff, you got to do this, you got to do that. It was tricky, and he just was so cool about everything. He was a superstar, but still hung out with everybody. And was at the dinners and was having drinks afterwards and was always up early, never was late, never caused any drama. That's a superstar right there. Juggling everything,
Who wasn't a superstar?
Me?
I wasn't searching for that. I just wanted to...
DJ King, me, a bunch of guys.
Cam, before the program started, you asked us if we were excited about Missouri's winning the Music City Bowl. Doug, what was your answer?
My answer? I enjoyed it. I know that it was, in the big picture, rather meaningless, but I'm sure the players had a fun time playing, the fans. I know some who went down there had a great time. I enjoyed watching the game. It was an exciting game. I kind of liked it.
God bless America.
Yeah.
I was sorry to see Mizzou get a couple of kickoff returners nearly beheaded at the 10-yard line.
Speedy Johnson.
To start the game, yeah.
Speedy wound up having a huge game, even though he did get decapitated multiple times.
It's hard to chirp Mizzou right now. I'm sorry. Like, they're pretty exciting.
Yeah.
I just got into college football a couple years ago, hanging out with Charlie and all those guys. And, TJ Moe got me into it. But I really watched Mizzou the last 2 years, and I was entertained every single game.
You like it more than the NFL now?
Yeah, I do. I like college. Cause they're pro athletes.
Yeah, no,
they're all pro athletes. They are. Like Travis Hunter to all those guys. Oh, he's dealing with this girlfriend issue. Like,
don't get Jackson and Sharon and Clayton going on that.
I feel bad for him a little bit.
Which one, Jackson or
no,
Travis?
Travis. Like,
I feel bad for me.
Well, I do feel bad for you at times. Like, don't get me wrong. But college football is fun to watch.
Yeah,
it is, man.
In Missouri, back-to-back 10-win seasons, Doug. Third time in history, 2007, 2008, 2013, 2014, 2023, 2024.
It feels kind of like we're getting spoiled again, where for years, again, Mizzou football was boring and going nowhere. And now this year with 9-3, I think a lot of us were genuinely disappointed at 9-3 and that they didn't do better.
Yeah.
That's a good sign overall for the program that they were 10-3, and a lot of us aren't terribly impressed.
Eli Drinkwitz went after Hog Ball Burner on the Twitter tweets, Doug. Are you familiar with Hog Ball Burner?
Oh, sure. He's my favorite follow.
Hog Ball Burner tweeted, Mizzou is going to go down as the worst 10-win team in history. Eli Drinkwitz, for whatever reason, was aware of Hog Ball Burner's tweet and then, quote, tweeted it and said, just make sure you add Music City Bowl champions to it. And with a bunch of emojis, including some flames and a little tiger emoji, and hashtagged it.
He's kind of nerdy at times. Like, it is what it is. It's all good. He's better.
I didn't know if he was being sarcastic or if he was being sincere.
Either way,
I checked with some quote unquote sources, and they're like, no, he was being serious. And I'm like, oh, okay.
He went after Brendan Schaefer. Remember that?
Yes. You see that? So I guess that's kind of a tell on
Schaefer's the nicest guy in the world.
Yeah. Well,
he got shot up downtown too. You see that? Remember Brendan Schaefer? You don't remember that? He's walking back filming himself.
Yeah.
After a Cardinals game, and these guys come by and shoot him with a pellet rifle.
Yeah.
Oh, he got hit?
Yes.
Oh.
Felt horrible for him. And then Drinkwitz jumped on him on Twitter.
Game.
The response I got, serious. He was serious. Twitter is serious business in his world. And then some more elaborating. So, yes, I guess he was serious. I didn't know if it was a joke because, Music City Bowl champions isn't something that usually SEC head coaches are like, celebrating on social media. But, hey, I guess that's something that he likes to do, and God bless him.
Well, they can't control how good the other teams are on their schedule. And I suppose you could make the claim that any time you have a year where you have wins over Arkansas and Auburn and Oklahoma and Iowa and Boston College, that's a pretty good year. Those teams didn't turn out to be very strong this year, but that's not Missouri's fault. They still beat them.
You just need money. Like, that's the bottom line, right? I mean, Jackson, am I wrong on that? Like, you need
100%.
You need guys with some coin that love the program and want to spend some money on a badass quarterback or whatever. Where are those guys at? You look at go down Lake of the Ozarks and see all those monster houses. What do you do? What do you do? You got an extra coin?
Should we go door by door with like Trim and the Tiger?
Seriously, what do you do for a living?
Sack of money.
A $7 million house at the lake? Interesting.
I do wonder that every time I pass by somebody's mansion, I'd like there to be a sign out front that said, here's what I did, here's what I am.
Here's how I got here. Seriously.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Jackson, what do we have from Eli Drinkwitz following the game?
We have Eli Drinkwitz talking about how the senior class, mainly guys like Luther, who's obviously not a senior, but Brady and Theo Weiss kind of created this catalyst for where the program is at now, where it can be.
To do I think it's the third time in school history to have back-to-back 10-win seasons. They've put us on a launching pad to keep going. And our board, our athletic director, our boosters are all in right now in Mizzou football because of these young men. I mean, they're tearing down the north end zone because of these guys. And, I mean, you saw the fans tonight, again, showing up in Mizzouville for us. It's awesome right now, what we've got going. And it's up to these guys and ourselves, our coaches, to work our butts off every single day, not to let them down. And we're going to.
Yeah. I wasn't sure about Drinkwitz initially. I kind of felt like, is this guy a charlatan at the beginning?
Like
I wasn't really sure. But you see the stadium is packed.
Yeah.
People are enjoying Missouri football. Again, this wasn't the year we thought they might have, but wasn't horrible.
No, that was entertaining.
Good.
Just entertain us.
Yeah.
Drink went from calling it an exhibition game to hoisting that Music City Bowl trophy like it was the Stanley Cup. It's just an exhibition, though. You're right, Doug. They didn't control that UMass road game. That's from Steven time, and he's not high on the festivities.
They scheduled that. Yeah, I'm not saying that's one that you wave your banner and say how great you are.
Yeah, their schedule was goofy. Remember, like, it was intense, and then all of a sudden they played some teams.
But if you looked at it 2 years ago when these schedules come out, you'd say Auburn's usually pretty good, and who knows about Arkansas and Oklahoma's a perennial powerhouse, and you just play the schedule there.
Who'd they play out east, though? They had a couple games.
UMass and
Boston College came to Columbia.
Murray State is not a joke.
State,
Thank you.
Yes, they are.
Buffalo? Why do you hate Buffalo?
Yeah, you know.
Guys, now all of a sudden he cares about back-to-back 10-win seasons. Not so sure I like that. He was hedging pregame. Hashtag cuck for Cam. That's from Big Blonde Dan. Is that a hashtag that's trending, Cam?
Yeah,
cuck for Cam?
It is. I don't know what it means, though. Am I getting cucked? You know.
I'm sure
difference.
right after the game, right when you step off the field, you've just won a game, everybody's happy, you're emotional, you're not going to see some of the players again. I'm sure Coach feels good about his win. I don't think you could hold that against him.
Yeah.
Remember we had the call yesterday from Pestis from Festus who said this thing's going to go over 60 points.
It looked like it was going to
trending that way.
Yeah.
And I was sitting there going, I wish I would have gotten that 8-1 bet in on Missouri and Iowa going over 60 points. It wound up, at 51, correct? 27-24?
Yeah.
Final score?
Yeah.
Big leg on Blake Craig, knocking in two 50-plus yarders. Impressive stuff.
Yeah, he does have a big leg.
He's really good from like 50, and then if you get to like 28 or 31 yards, it's like, ooh, I might sweat.
He was really good in the first couple games of the season. Then he kind of went through a dry spell.
Vandy game, he was almost like, can you even kick anymore?
It was reminiscent of a kicker having yips.
Yeah.
But he did wind up having the game-winning field goal in that double overtime game. It's 7:46 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Cam Jansen in studio with us today with Martin Kilcoyne vacationing this week. You can watch the show and participate in the conversation at youtube.com/TMASTL on the other side of a commercial break. We have the Ken Rosenthal, Katie Wu story on the Cardinals and Nolan Arenado. We have a development on that overnight. We'll have that for you next. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. TMA 101 ESPN, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Cam Jansen in for the vacationing Martin Kilcoyne. Cam, how are you enjoying this experience on the program?
What are we, an hour in? Nope, not yet.
Time is dragging.
3 more to go? No, we're good, man.
Okay.
It's all good.
Well, how about this? Somebody sent in a text. I got a bunch of them here. This is all Who's Your Daddy? This is already my favorite show of the 101 TMA era. Long live Cam. That's from Who's Your Daddy. How
Thanks,
about
Dad.
that?
Appreciate that,
How about
man.
that? That's a little pat on the ass.
On, baby.
All right, we got this story from The Athletic. Reading this morning regarding the Cardinals and Nolan Arenado. Doug, we got a little situation
What do
developing.
we have?
Early in the offseason, the Cardinals made clear their plans to trade Nolan Arenado, with John Mozeliak citing financial reprieve as the driving factor. St. Louis, which plans to take a step back and reset its roster in 2025, announced in October its plans to lower team payroll and redirect its focus to upgrading its player development systems. Initial conversations between Mozeliak and Arenado regarding the team's sudden change in plans were agreeable, with both admitting it would be best for the team and the players' long-term plans if Arenado was moved elsewhere. The Cardinals also agreed to have Arenado's agent help facilitate conversations between inquiring teams. By mid-December, the Cardinals believed they'd found a suitable home for Arenado. The Astros weren't just willing to trade for him, they were also willing to take on a majority of his remaining salary. This was viewed as an ideal situation for the Cardinals and Mozeliak. Under the original framework of the deal, the Cardinals would only be responsible for roughly $5 million of Arenado's contract for the next 3 years. But Arenado wasn't sold on the idea and invoked his full no-trade clause to block the deal. Now, both the Cardinals and Arenado are facing a plausible reality where the 10-time Gold Glove winner remains in St. Louis next season. There's been minimal traction on Arenado's front since the Astros deal fell through. Two prominent AL East teams, the Red Sox and Yankees, have been linked to Arenado throughout the winter, though it remains unclear whether either team currently stands in its interest level. The Cardinals will still actively try to trade Arenado, but they will be rather reluctant to eat a large portion of his salary, as the whole point of trading him is to offload his contract. Mozeliak didn't rule out the possibility of him returning next year, but added, I'm not sure where this puts us exactly where we want to be. If the Cardinals are unable to find a trade partner, the Cardinals would look to trade some starting pitchers. They would likely try to hold on to Eric Fetty until the trade deadline. The Cardinals will continue to monitor interest levels on Fetty and Steven Matz so they could look to trade their salaries. Doug, there it is.
Any indication on who they might be looking to bring this way? Nothing on that. If you're Arenado, what would be so bad about going to Houston? Strong team in a weak division, good chance to be in the playoffs there.
I think he wanted to see what was going to go on with Bregman, and then they wound up signing Walker instead. So now you know that Bregman is likely not going to be coming back to Houston. That's all but done.
So Arenado would be the third baseman there.
Well, that would be possible, but if he doesn't want to play there, then that...
I know. I'm just wondering what is it about Houston that he wouldn't want to go there for? Unless he's really holding out to go back to Southern California.
Houston is particularly close to championship level, and he's only got a handful of years to try and win one. The Tigers, for the record, are the ones that are going after Alex Bregman. Okay. So then I don't know if he would go to the Yankees, if he'd go to the Red Sox. We had the report last week from Jack Curry of SNY or the S Network saying that the Yankees had no interest in him, and I don't know if the Dodgers would do it. And then if not, he comes back to St. Louis. What do you got going on here?
Yeah, that's going to be
nothing here. Much better shot in Houston
really
than here.
Awkward, season with Arenado, who both sides are actively trying to move on.
Yeah,
and you have him starting at third base, and not to mention that what that holds up for your development with younger players. Not to mention the money you're paying them. That'd be a huge kick in the ass to the Cardinals, I think.
The Cardinal situation is laughable. They've become a complete embarrassment. So much for the youth movement and reduced payroll, huh? Nolan still here. Sonny still here. Matt still here. Wilson still here. We are turning into the Jets of baseball. That's from the 573.
Well, it's morning. Still a little early for that. Arenado is... he's not 43, he's 33. There's a chance that if he stays here, he could put together another big season. I wouldn't rule that out completely.
But where's that lead? a big season for Arnado.
This club's going places.
I'm sorry. I couldn't be sorry. You're right.
But I'm saying if you can't move
Did you feel
him
like
anywhere,
Jackson just dismissed you?
he did.
I mean, obviously Fowler's established.
He is.
I mean, this is what we're talking about here.
I'm talking about if they can't move him to somewhere where he wants to go and you have to keep him, that's not the worst option in the world to have this, longtime all-star player still on your team at age 33. It's not horrible.
It's not horrible, but it blocks development of some
Of
play.
who? Development of
Nolan
who?
Gorman, Sajasi, I don't know. The idea that you're going to...
was far superior to those guys.
Obviously. But is he going to be superior when the Cardinals are going to be actually competitive for a championship? No, he's going to be long in the tooth.
Don't count this ball club out for 2025.
Look at that. You know what's better than the Cardinals? The Battlehawks, bitch. I'm talking to you, virgin. That's from the Orson Woods wacko, and he's mad that you're not talking up the Battlehawks.
Yeah, oh boy. Well, everyone knows real football starts in February.
Oh, Doug, this guy's snippy.
You excited about the Battlehawks?
No, I didn't mean to be that dismissive.
No.
I really didn't. I didn't mean to be that dismissive. I didn't mean to be that dismissive. But no,
they have to go hard after Brady Cook, right? He's got to be their quarterback.
I think he's going to want to try to get into a camp. I don't know.
Well, yeah,
I like him, man.
They're all going to try.
He's a tough kid, that Brady Cook.
Oh,
He's
tough.
a tough kid.
Yeah, and he can run. Just not
cool.
sure he's got the accuracy as a thrower to be an NFL quarterback.
Make a couple hundred playing for the Battlehawks, see what's up.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe improve, and maybe in a year or two he will get a shot.
Maybe get an endorsement here. People like you here. They know your name.
This is interesting. Good morning, boys. Cycling on. Does Cam know my wife is the billet mom for TMA hosts and Champions Tour caddies? That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Wester Grove.
My boy, Chrissy. Robert Thomas did come up to me on the plane and goes, yeah, they keep asking me questions about billet moms. I think it's because of you. I go, what did I do? What did I do? I go, obviously you don't know Tim.
Yeah, exactly.
And a billet mom, if people don't know, are the host moms for kids who go to northern climates to play hockey.
Northern climates.
And I will say, there are some crazy things that went down back in the day.
What a
Give Doug a little erotic story.
100% crazy things, man.
With you?
I mean, not with my bill, but
Thomas was right.
I dabbled in the weird things up there for sure.
And we don't kink shame, Doug, so don't kink shame Cam.
I do. I kink shame.
Cherry bomb, smoke bombs with your moms.
I don't know about now, man. There's just more attention towards things, I would say. But no, we didn't have.
It's freakier now, or it was freakier then?
Back then.
Really, is that
no
right?
Phones. There's no they had no control over me after a point. I signed. I was drafted, signed. I'm guaranteed gone. I'm going to play pro the next year no matter what. I'm not going to school. I just did whatever I wanted. And so, you're a very popular kid in a small little blue collar town. Mm-hmm. And people want a piece of you. It's fun.
Including the billet moms.
Including older women.
Really?
God, yeah.
But the thing that stands out to me is that the husbands were on board with it.
Not all of them. Come on, Timmy. No.
Did you have to run out the back door?
No, I didn't. There was certainly stories of that for sure. No doubt. I had a 75-year-old couple. First time billets with me. It was the weirdest thing ever.
75.
They were 75 years old, and they've never billeted. And all of a sudden, I come in and I start living with this couple.
How'd that
crazy.
go?
And she was flirting with you?
No.
Really?
But they were bizarre. My parents are very lenient with so many things, and I go to an older couple that he was in World War II. I mean, so I'm like, hey, I'm having people over. I'm going out. They're smelling my clothes. I'm like, whoa.
They smelled your clothes.
They enjoyed downy fabrics.
They're like, what is this?
They had a waterbed.
I mean, I wake up and they're watching me sleep. I don't know.
Bizarre.
Forget the moms. How loose are those billet dads? That's from Alan.
Oh, no.
Man, I had some good time with some billet dads. So these billets, I got to give them a shout out because they do so much for these kids. They really do. And a lot of these players still take their billets and travel with them and pay for their stuff. I was in Montreal the other day and I'm hanging out with Benner's parents and Tanif who played for whoever, I think Seattle at the time, and his billets were up there, and we all just hung out, and they do a lot for you. They really, really, really do.
Why do they call it a billet?
Don't know.
What's that word all about?
I don't know, man. Dude, I was new to all this. They're like, go to Canada. You just got drafted. Now you have to stay with this couple, and you got to go fight.
Was that weird? I mean, you're like,
weird.
What, 16?
Damn right. That was
16,
weird.
and now you're living in a different country with old people who may or may not have mirrors in the ceiling?
Fighting everyone, fighting monsters with no teeth that want to kill me.
Yeah.
I remember getting
Loonies and Toonies and all that.
The first day I was up there, I was so nervous. I had to go to high school. I'm fighting guys, and I'm like, I got to be a man. I get a cold sore on my lip.
Oh, herpes season.
Where'd that come from?
I got one the other day because I went down. I traveled, and I was in the sun all day, and I got another one. I had to go on camera, and I was so nervous about it. They happen every 7, 8, 9 years, and
it was
the worst thing ever. I had to go to high school the next day. I'm so nervous. I'm living with these 75-year-old couple, and this thing's brewing on my lip, and I'm like, what am I going to do? So I take a knife and I burn it. And I cut it open. Just make sure it looked like a cut, like I got punched. It spread all over my face.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
First day of high school in Canada, I had to go there. Everybody's like, I'm like
don't touch him.
Like, what is this monstrosity?
I see here billet families are paid a monthly fee to host a play.
Not really. They lose money, man.
They're upside down on this.
They're upside down, trust me. They spend a lot of money on us.
But they just love it. They love hockey.
They love you. They love hockey. They want to support you. They love the Windsor Spitfires. They love everything.
That's cool.
My nephew was billeting last year in Minnesota, and the couple he lived with were gross. She would burp and fart in front of him. He moved out to another family when they were gone for the weekend. That's from the Oakville Hoosier.
Oakville Hoosier, what's up? No, that 100% happens.
It does.
They won't feed you. They're cheap. They're weird. You're damn right.
And they enjoy breaking wind on you?
Or they'll have like 3 daughters that are your age. And why the hell would you?
I like that you started to whisper.
I'm just letting you know. Like, can you imagine, like, people come up to me, Kate and I, like, you want to bill it? These 2 18-year-old studs? I'm like, hell no. At my house, when I'm gone. I know what they're thinking.
Aren't they vetted? Don't they get checked out?
Vetted. What are you going to
qualify?
Vetted. What does that mean?
That means somebody looks in to make sure they're not.
You're going to look into their head and say,
murderers or something.
I'm going to go to my wife's underwear drawer. Are you kidding?
They do a background check or anything?
Yeah, you're not in jail. It's just you're an 18-year-old kid with piss and vinegar, man. Like, no, you're not staying at my house. No way.
Mommy, go look in the toilet.
Yeah, that's another thing. It's just I wouldn't do it.
Is there a billet training program I can get into? I'd enjoy being one of those billet dads down the road sometimes. Doug, that's Mr. Nipples. He'd like to host some kids.
I don't think anyone comes to St. Louis to play junior hockey.
Oh, man, now.
No.
You're going to,
maybe someday.
No, there's no junior team here, but you're going to come to play for Lindenwood. You're going to come to do the TPH hockey program with Phil McRae. Yeah, there's stud kids in St. Louis, man. These kids are studs.
Are they?
Matt Lashov's kid, my buddy Jody Fox, like these kids, even little Andy Strickland. Andy Strickland's kid dominating right now.
He's 8
years old. Give a little shout out. Ty, what's up,
8?
kid? Punched me right in my nuts the other day, and I go, don't ever do that again.
He's a little spitfire, this fella.
And Andy ragdolled him real quick. That's pretty fun. Put me down.
Oh my God. Hey, you can email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Cam is filling in for Martin, who's vacationing. But Doug, before he bolted to Jackson's parents' place in the Hamptons, he wanted to tell us about Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling.
Martin Kilcoyne checking in for our friends at Design Air. There are a lot of heating and cooling companies. Find out how many have been around since 1904. How many have thousands and thousands and thousands of satisfied customers. This is so important because when it's your furnace, you don't want to mess around this time of year. It gets cold. I know we've had kind of unseasonably warm stretches. Still got to get through January and February into March. You know that furnace is going to be running. If there's an issue, go to the pros at Design Air. DesignAirService.com is where you can find them online. One thing Seth Goldcamp and his family have been able to guarantee over the years, one of the many things, but it's training their employees not to be salespeople. Those folks are there to do repairs. If you need an entire new unit, they'll let you know, but they're not there to upsell. If there's a repair to be done, the folks at Design Air are the ones to get it done quick, efficiently. Great reputation. They've had that going on now for more than a century. Seth Goldcamp and the family started all this. His family started in 1904. I just love saying that because it means so much. All those years ago, all those great satisfied customers. If you need help with the HVAC unit, go online. It's designairservice.com.
There it is, Design Air Heating and Cooling. Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. John Kelly is going to be joining us coming up in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour with a report on the conditions in Chicago. Looks like it is rainy and relatively warm. What will it look like at 4 p.m. when the puck drops? 2 p.m. pregame show here on 101 ESPN. Blues and Blackhawks Winter Classic. Talk that over with John Kelly. That's coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. Cam Jansen filling in for Martin Kilcoyne, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Welcome back. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Cam Jansen in for the vacationing Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. And we welcome Ed Herman and his son Brody of Brown and Crouppen into the studios here for the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Ed, Brody, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hello, fellas.
What's up, guys?
What a better way to end the year
than
right here with you guys.
NHL superstar.
Legend.
That's right. Cam Jansen. How about that?
It's pretty exciting.
Scored a lot of goals.
Hey, you know what?
How many did you get in your career?
What was the total?
6.
6? That's a lot.
Hey, that's 6 more than I had.
A couple of them were, they were a little weird.
How many fights did you have in your career?
More than 6.
400?
Yeah, something like that.
Was it really?
Yeah. But you get paid more money if you had 400 goals.
Yes, you
so
would.
everybody knows, all the children out there. So you know.
I'm going to write that down.
Write down. Put your phone.
Ed, what's going on with you?
Nothing.
Brody's in town for the holidays?
That's right. He is, yeah. He's got 1 semester left at University of Minnesota, and then that's it for him there. That's pretty exciting.
Yeah, it is really exciting.
They've got a good hockey team. Speaking of good hockey.
Snuggerud, baby.
That's right.
Yeah. No,
You see Jimmy Snipes?
I have seen Jimmy Snipes multiple times.
Yeah?
Sensational player. I cannot wait until he's a Blue. I'm looking
Is he
forward
cruising
to that
around
day.
campus?
I haven't seen him around campus much. I wish, though. That would be really cool.
I don't think those guys go to camp.
Probably not.
Be honest with ourselves.
School's overrated.
When have they, even like, with grades and stuff, has anybody like sat out a game in the last
That used to be a
years?
thing about 25 years ago, guys having to be eligible. You never hear about that now.
Nobody ever flunks out in college football.
They're
no one
so
ever
smart.
flunks out.
That's true. They are. I think about that now. That's
Yeah.
really
about
something. So what do you got? You got New Year's resolutions on the show? Is that a big
we
part
were
of
talking
this?
about Arenado in the last segment.
Yeah. No. What was the announcement today?
He wouldn't go to Houston, and it looked like a very favorable trade for the Cardinals. They were only going to have to pay $5 million of his salary, but he poo-pooed it. Said, "I'm not going to Houston."
Yeah.
And I thought, what's wrong with Houston? It's a good team. He might hit 40 home runs in that park with the short left field there.
And did he ever explain himself?
He has not. I think he wanted to see what happened with Alex Bregman. But with regard to his situation, the Athletic article this morning says now both the Cardinals and Arenado are facing a plausible reality where he remains in St. Louis next season.
Why? I don't see who that benefits. It just seems like that's going to create a real awkwardness. Even with the fans. I mean, the fans understand. I mean, I love Arenado, and you know that I am loyal, but at this point, so much momentum has happened toward getting some type of deal done. I don't know what it's going to take, but I don't see how he can come back with the team.
I'd be shocked if he's back in St. Louis. Shocked. And I wonder if this article is a way to try to send out the signal again that the Cardinals are trying to get something done because they're just trying to unload the dollars. That's what this
so
is really
why not take Marcus Stroman? I mean, they had an opportunity there, at least reportedly with the Yankees. The Yankees have to move Stroman. He's pitched well in the National League Central. He could give you some innings there. Fill out the rotation. At least you shed yourself of Arenado's salary
and clear a space for
right. I mean, but apparently the Cardinals poo-pooed that one. Why?
Money, no doubt.
But I mean, they were going to save money. I mean, Stroman's owed way less than Arenado is owed. And I think the Yankees would have done that at the time. Now they may not because they've made other moves since then. I still don't know what they're going to do in the infield, but I don't want to. I've been criticized for talking too much Yankees on the show, so I'm not going to discuss.
Is that right? Where do you get criticized?
I'm not going to discuss them right here amongst these people. No.
Well, this show is a cauldron of criticism from those who
all
watch
fairness,
and listen.
And I do actually love the criticism. So it doesn't really. It doesn't.
You thrive on it. You thrive on it.
It doesn't bother me.
You were talking New Year's resolutions. As a gentleman who has lost a lot of weight in your life, is that a big part of
every year I resolve to try to stay as skinny as I can, as long as I can, and I fail more often than not. But so far, so good.
Yeah.
I'll even wear a bulky sweatshirt now. I don't care.
What's your vice?
That's it. Oh man, cereal.
Oh, like crack cereal?
Yeah.
Like Cocoa Puffs or something?
Cereal, yeah, I mean all of them. I except for Grape Nuts and Fiber One, but every other cereal, and dip. I can't dip. There's no bottom to a thing of dip for me. I will keep going until it's all gone. My body knows no shut off. So.
Hummus? You like hummus?
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty good for you.
That's the only one that I'll even let myself eat, and I don't really let myself eat it very much.
What about salsa?
I'll keep going. Salsa is good, but but the thing is, you got to then, what are you putting in it?
Cheese and sour cream, probably.
Yeah, well, and what are you dipping in it? You know, I can't have the chips.
Yeah.
I live on cut peppers.
Eat it like Forrest Gump.
Cut peppers.
How does Forrest Gump eat it? Just a spoon?
With a spoon, remember?
Yeah. No, well, you know what? If you're going to have salsa Rose, which is made right over in Illinois, if you've never had that one, look for it in your supermarket aisle. I swear by this stuff. It is the absolute best salsa you will have ever had.
What did you give up to lose all your weight? What was the most important thing that you did?
My happiness.
You gave up your happiness.
That's right, buddy.
I had to give up my joy.
That's right.
But once I was prepared to live joyless, the appetite went away. That was it.
Were you a fast food guy?
You know, I don't know. What were my vices? I mean, I went through bad
bagels.
phases.
Einstein's Bagels was a period.
Yeah, that was way back. And I did go through a sausage McGriddle phase. I'm not going to claim here that I didn't earn a lot of those pounds. I did. You know, I'm not going to say that I was just screwed from above. I wasn't set up perfectly. I always had a little bit of an issue as a kid, but I leaned into it. No, I did my eating. That's how I look at it now. I'm 53. I figure I've eaten enough. You know, now I should do something else. Just move on. So now all I have are high protein, low carb foods.
Drink beer at all?
Nah, I got lucky.
That's why my face is fat.
Is that it? But you love it. Look, but you know what? But your face looks happy.
No.
It does. That's a good read. This guy's a happy guy. He's full
Until
of
you see
energy.
yourself back on YouTube and you're like, ay. No.
So what do you think? You're heavy? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
I
You don't
weigh
look
30
heavy.
pounds. No, I'm 30 pounds overweight, probably.
But I don't think 30 pounds of weight's very much.
40 pounds then, for sure. I'm obese.
How tall are you?
6 foot.
Okay.
I'll round up.
Okay.
Is Kate on you to lose weight?
You're allowed
No.
to.
Probably. I just, beer just sits in your face and your gut.
Yeah. See, that's where I got lucky, I guess, because I mean, I'm embarrassed, and the audience will probably kill me for this, but I've never been able to complete a beer. I've tried it on four different. I've tried it on 4 different occasions in my life, and I can't get past a couple of sips. It's like poison in my lips.
No,
I wish I liked it. I feel so left out of the experience.
No,
I'm that way with coffee. The whole world loves it, and I can't stand it.
But coffee you can fix. A little sugar, a little cream. You can make it quite delicious. I can't do anything for beer, and I feel screwed. I don't like eggs. I feel screwed. I don't like beer. I feel screwed. Everybody else is going through their life enjoying beer and eggs, and I'm just sitting there.
You are a victim.
I am. I'm sitting there with a Diet Coke and a jerky. You know.
Yeah, we're gonna tell the story about eggs in the 4th grade at McDonald's, or is that
those? Well, it's not a great one, but no, it's just sad that. What do you have that's like that? Where you feel like everybody else enjoying it? You have coffee. Do you have something like that? You feel like everybody else loves it.
I love coffee. God.
What do you not like that everybody else does like?
Doug, I don't know. Do you have one of those?
Where did you get screwed? Some show that everybody else just loves. They think it's the greatest, and you watch it, and you're like, I can't get into it. Don't like it. Don't know it.
Game of Thrones was that for me too.
Oh, you missed out.
I'm sorry, I didn't like it.
It was
pretty inexcusable.
I did. I mean, you should have really sat down and watched it. I think you would enjoy it.
I don't know.
How far did you get?
I would watch for 10 or 15 minutes and see nothing but people staring into these concrete walls, and I said in darkness I couldn't see anything. And
get a better TV.
Yeah, I was going to say you got to adjust the settings and brighten it up a little. No, I will say Game of Thrones. Because I have a problem with decapitations. I do.
That's a take.
Yeah, and so
some people are.
I
had a hard time. In the first few episodes, and it wasn't until I got to like the 5th or 6th episode, which strangely enough, and I think we're well past the point of worrying about spoilers, but when the main guy in the first season winds up getting beheaded, Ned Stark, then the rest of the series, like once it shocked me like that, and I knew, okay, this series is going to serve up something that I can't predict. Then I was in for the ride the whole rest of the way. Then I never looked back.
Yeah.
And beheadings didn't bother me. Isn't it odd that it took a beheading of a really great character, for me to get over the whole decapitation thing?
Yeah, he's in so many different movies, English
Sean
movies.
Bean.
He does.
He's
Sean Bean.
fantastic. And that rocked me too. I'm like, dang, they don't care.
They don't.
I'm like, this is cool. I would say, though, with Game of Thrones, if they took away the dragons and the magic White Walker stuff and just kept it political, I would be way more interested.
Really?
Yeah. The dialogue was fantastic.
It was.
I don't want the dragons. I don't want the White Walkers. I get why they set that up. Actually, it's actually historic back in the day. Hadrian's Wall, that goes across Scotland and England. Like, they made that, and they thought the Scots were crazy, White Walking craziness. So, like, I love the history aspect of it. Get rid of the magic and get rid of the dragons.
Now, I'm with you on the White Walkers because to me, I don't like the supernatural. But dragons, I have to say, watching that show and those key moments when she'd be like, drag cars, and the thing would come in and just burn the hell out of everybody.
Goofy on those. Her hair didn't even move when they were flying around. Like, come on. I couldn't stand that part, man.
Just watching everything collapse. Now that show, it's a shit. You should go back to it, Doug.
Maybe I will.
I'm so
that
pressed for
show
time.
was ruined for me by how bad the end was. I can't. I don't even.
What are
like
you talking about? I love the end.
I was okay with the ending. Well, let me ask you this: what would you? How should it have ended for you? We are relevant as can be on this show this morning.
It's 5 years old, and I honestly don't remember it, but I remember watching. It's kind of like Yellowstone for me. How it just got away from them. Did you watch Yellowstone, Cam?
Yeah, I stopped, but I know what you mean.
The end is so
let me ask you,
wrapping it up.
Which thing did you find more offensive to your sensibilities? The fact that Bran wound up as the king when really, he hadn't really been that significant in most of the series. He was at the very beginning. Then most of the series he was in his wheelchair, and then all of a sudden he's king at the end. Like, did that bother you more, or did the change in her character, being this good person for the people for 6 seasons, and then dramatically in the last year, she becomes everything from her family lineage, all the madness and the power craze. Like, which thing got you?
It wasn't either one of those. It was the feeling as a viewer that they were throwing it together after having it be so detailed each step of the way, and you could tell that they had to wrap it up for budgetary reasons. And it was just rushed at the end. And that would be my analogy for what I just saw with the end of Yellowstone. Yeah. Same kind of thing. They just had to wrap it up.
Oh, is Yellowstone done?
Yeah, now they're doing a precursor to it. I think it's called like 1923.
Well, they have two of them. Yeah, there's 1923. There's 1883.
Yeah. That's badass, by the way.
Oh, is that that's good stuff?
Have you watched Landman?
I did. My wife and I just watched episode 1 last night.
Of Landman?
Yeah.
And that's
Billy
the
Bob
same.
Thornton?
Billy Bob Thornton, first of all, he's fantastic in everything he's in. He's really good in Landman. But it's that same creator, this guy, Taylor Sheridan.
Yeah. He's a cowboy, too.
Yeah, I mean, he came sort of out of nowhere. I think he did that movie Sicario years ago.
Oh, he did the one with High Water, whatever.
And then Hell or High Water kind of broke him through. But this universe of shows he's created, because he's also Tulsa King and Mayor of Kingstown. So the one with Jeremy Renner, the one with Sylvester Stallone, Harrison Ford, Kevin Costner. I mean, he's working with major Hollywood talent and putting them in TV shows. And now Billy Bob Thornton. Who is this guy? How did he come out of nowhere?
He's a magician.
It's like this whole universe of, it's like the way David Kelly used to have all of his shows going on at once. I'm like,
he's a cowboy. Like, that's his life. So he's just like, I got all this stuff in my head. Let me just like, he's got that ranch in Texas too, like 666 Ranch.
There's such a need for programming now with HBO and Showtime and Netflix and everything else that guys are getting a chance now that might not have 20 years ago.
Yeah,
if they weren't in that Hollywood inner circle, they didn't get much of a chance. Now they need programming.
Well, I feel like he's telling stories that we haven't really seen very much in television. A lot of stories that come out of Hollywood tend to focus on the coast. You get a lot of New York stories, a lot of California stories. I feel like this guy came in and found that niche of, there are these big Texas, Midwestern stories and ranchers, and there are still people in these businesses, but I've watched the first couple episodes of Landman, and it's the oil industry down in Texas.
Yeah, it's cool.
It is. It's just it's something I haven't seen before.
Yeah,
just
I'm a fan
business.
So far.
I haven't seen anything about
Demi
that
Moore
world.
is in it.
Is she really?
John Hamm is in it.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah, and they are a married couple, and I thought, well, that's kind of cool of them, 'cause she's older than he is.
Yeah,
he's my age.
She's mid-60s or so, isn't she?
She's
getting up there.
I'm going to put her at
1961, I think.
I was going to go 62, Brody, and I'm not Price is Writing you, and I'm going to go John Hamm.
I know his birthday.
Oh, you do?
Oh, yeah, I know.
So he is 53?
Yeah, he's like March of 1971, I believe. So he's just a couple months older than me. he may be aging a little better than I am.
Doesn't that make you mad sometimes, you seeing these guys?
Let me tell you what makes me mad is his head of hair.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you just want to be like, come on, dude.
Perfect.
Lose some of it.
Listen, all those guys got treatment done.
They have to.
From Elon to all of them.
Yeah. What can they do for me, Cam?
They can.
St. Louis Hair Restoration.
Look at Doug.
You're better than
Look
mine.
at Doug.
But you got a hat on. That's the key.
Well, I can't wear it everywhere.
That's it. I don't know,
Ed, Brody, great to see you guys. Thank you so much for coming in. Thanks for coming in. And you're heading back to Minnesota, I guess?
Yeah, January 19th.
January 19th. All right. Always great to see you guys. Ed Herman and his son Brody in here on TMA.
I was going to say Happy New Year to everybody.
New Year, guys.
Be safe tonight, guys. Please.
We'll take
Use Uber if you have to.
Amen. That's good counsel
We'll be
from the
out tonight.
counselor. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. TMA 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, and Cam Jansen in for Martin Kilcoyne, who's on vacation. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the show on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, ladies and gentlemen, John Kelly. Morning, JK.
Hey, Tim. Happy New Year, my friend. How are you doing?
Happy New Year to you as well. It's great to talk it over with you. How are things in Chicago?
Well, I'm in St. Louis, so it's rainy here, Tim.
Oh, so you're not on the call? I figured you're on the call. I guess there's a national call.
No, hey, I wish. It's on TNT, so yeah.
Well, Cam and I were talking about the conditions, and we were wondering if this thing could be problematic because you got the same rain up in Chicago.
You know what, Tim? Just about 20 minutes ago, I looked at the radar up in Chicago, and it looks like it's going to move out early afternoon, maybe turn to some snow. But, at 4 o'clock, it's really tough to say. I'm not a weatherman. Obviously, I looked at that radar, and it looks like it could be okay, but we'll find out. Obviously, rain is the issue, right? In hockey, you can't have rain on the ice. Light snow would be fantastic, would make for a great atmosphere. But we'll see what transpires. But I'm in St. Louis, Tim, so I can't tell you exactly what it's like up there right now.
Yeah, I was looking at the radar as well in the forecast, and right around 4 o'clock, it looks like right now, per weather.com anyway, they say it's going to clear up.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, either way, it's going to be windy as hell and just a little warmer than you would expect with temperatures in the upper 30s.
And that's certainly great for fans that are going to the game and really for the players and the coaches, everybody involved, because in 22 up in Minnesota, I think it was, -10 for a high. It was by far the coldest outdoor game ever. So this is going to be a welcome reprieve to the 22 game up in Minneapolis.
And even though it's a fun time and quite a spectacle, everyone gets a kick out of seeing the game. These are the kind of games the Blues absolutely have to win, aren't they? The Blackhawks maybe the worst team in the league?
Yeah, they've struggled. And, they have Connor Bedard, who's a great young talent. But they have struggled. They're probably going to be a lottery team pick this year. But you really could have said the same about the game against Buffalo the other night when the Blues lost 4-2. I mean, those are the kind of games, the Blues fight back to 500. They have a pretty good road trip. Get 3 points out of 6. Then they beat Nashville at home. And I thought they played well against Buffalo, but the difference in that game was the power play. And Buffalo got 2 power play goals. The Blues got none. And quite honestly, that's it right there in a nutshell. And the Blues played pretty well 5-on-5, but couldn't score and beat Luukkonen for more than 2 goals. But you're right. These are the kind of games that if the Blues are going to make a run and win, 6 of 7 or, 8 of 9 and make a real run to get back in the playoffs and into position, right now they're not that far behind, but they've got to put a stretch together, and these are the kind of games you just have to have.
It's tough to fix the power play. Like, it really is, because even in practice, JK, they're not moving the puck around as quick. The penalty killers kind of know the scheme, so it's really tough to work on it throughout the season, not to mention that we've been traveling like no other. So, how do you fix that? How do you fix a power play?
Their first power play, they had a really good look from Buchnevich. But then on the other ones, I think 2 things really hurt them. They lost a lot of face-offs in the offensive zone, and right away the pucks cleared down the ice, and then their entries weren't as clean as they could have been. But this has been an issue really going back to last year, Cam, as you know. For whatever reason, they just can't find consistency on the power play. And they've tried a bunch of different things. And, it would be, I think, disingenuous of people like us to say, well, do this or do that. Believe me, these coaches work hours and hours on the power play and try to think of different things and use different players. And they've tried a bunch of different things. But to me, you got to simplify things. When it's not going well, get the puck, to the point or on the half wall and put it on net and get bodies in front. Just simplify it, and you never know. Maybe you'll get a lucky goal or, a freaky goal, whatever. But I think sometimes the Blues do overpass, and, that can be a problem as well.
So as fans, when we yell shoot, that's a good thing. It would help them to shoot more.
Yeah, I think it would be. And players like Kyrou and Thomas, they're a lot better in this season in shooting the puck, because they both have really good shots. But in the past, both of those guys, and even Buchnevich, they passed up shots. So, yeah, I think simplify it and put more pucks on net. And, you look at a lot of the goals that are scored in this league, it's not from tic-tac-toe seam passes through the slot. Most times those are going to get picked off or deflected. Just get the puck on net and hope for a deflection, a rebound, or an ugly goal. So, yeah, put more pucks on net.
This is a great opportunity for the Blues, not just from playing the Blackhawks and hopefully picking up 2 points, but to be in the Winter Classic 3 times 8 years. We were talking about it in the 7 o'clock hour, and Cam was making the observation that Blues fans should actually celebrate Gary Bettman because they've also gotten the All-Star game in addition to the Winter Classics. You get to travel around the league, and you know so many people around the league with your family's history in the game. What does this mean for the organization and the Blues' presence around the NHL?
Well, I think it means a lot. And the fact that, as you said, they're in this game for the 3rd time in 8 years is fantastic. The All-Star game, and obviously going to the Cup final in 19, the West final in 16. So the Blues have been on the big stage now quite a bit in the last 8 years, and that's awesome. So if the Blues could win today, later this afternoon, they'll be 3-0 in outdoor games, which would be great. So, yeah, I think it's great that they have these rivals going at it. I guess in one sense it's too bad that, Chicago isn't a dominant team and the Blues aren't, at their very best right now. But it is, it is what it is, as they say. And, the Blues should take care of business today and score some goals because Chicago, as we've discussed, is really struggling right now. But for the Blues organization, for Tom Stillman and the fans and the players, it certainly is a feather in their cap to be in this game today.
The schedule's been god-awful, for a lot of different teams, JK, but especially in December for the Blues. Do you think we're going to see a lot more of Joel Hofer and maybe Benner sit some games out and kind of rest up a little bit because of how hardcore the schedule's been?
Yeah, it's been tough. And I should mention that when you guys talk about the power play, the one thing is the Blues have had only 2 or 3 practices in the last 3 weeks. And, Cam is a former player. I mean, players probably don't love practice, but coaches do because you can work on little things and work on the special teams in particular. Will we see more of Joel Hofer? Right now we're seeing sort of a 2-to-1 split where Benny plays 2 in a row and then Hofer plays the other. But, the way Joel has played, who knows? Maybe he will get some more games. It's really tough to say. The one thing for the Blues in their favor in the month of January and obviously into February with the break for the Four Nations tournament is that the Blues don't have nearly as many games per week as they did in December. So these goaltenders will get some rest, and we'll see if they give more Hofer more ice time in the next 6 weeks.
We're very close to the halfway point now of the season. Can you tell, is this Blues team going to be a playoff team or not? What are you thinking?
Well, I mentioned this a lot of times. You've got to beat 11, 12 games over 500. It doesn't matter the number of wins and losses. You just have to be that many over 500. And right now the Blues are at 500. So, as you said, they're approaching the midway point of the season. So the question is, can they play the last 43, 44 games, 11, 12 games over 500? I hope they can. They've shown some really good things under Jim Montgomery, but at the same time, they've got to win the games like they've lost, against San Jose and Buffalo. You can't win every game. The one thing that's encouraging to me, guys, is that even in the losses, the Blues play well. They play hard. And they played hard pretty much since Jim took over about a month ago. So that's the encouraging thing. It's going to be challenging, but it certainly isn't out of the question that they could make a run. The other thing is that the pack hasn't pulled away for the Blues. It's not like they're 12, 15 points out. I'm not sure exactly where they are today, maybe 4 or 5 out of a playoff spot. So it's right there, but there's no question they have to go on a pretty good run here. And as I said, win 8 or 10 or whatever to really solidify a spot and be in good position in the last 6 weeks.
John Kelly with us every Tuesday here on TMA, with us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. John, appreciate it. Looking forward to the festivities this afternoon. Thanks for the time this morning.
Okay, guys, Happy New Year. Have a great day.
That's John Kelly with us here on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Cam Jansen in for the vacationing Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett. Doug will take us through the Pick Six. Cam, you get to participate in the Pick Six. Jackson, how are we doing this with 4 college football playoff games? That's coming up.
So we're doing it like we did for the first round, where we will do the 4 games of the quarterfinal games. Then 2 of those you'll need to pick an over-under.
All right.
So I had the totals for all the games and the spreads.
Okay, sure.
I just work with me here a little.
Okay, I'm trying to.
I'm gonna shepherd you through. Because you're my prize sheep.
Oh, don't say sheep.
Oh my gosh, I like that.
That's cute.
I like that. It is cute.
My little lamb.
Sheep.
Yeah, you are a little lamba. Email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Download the TMA STL app. It's presented to you by Schaefer Door Company, and you can podcast this program anytime you would like. And today is the last day of the month, so you can apply to be the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month. Go to TMASTL.com. And, Doug, the listeners get to keep their anonymity, and I know you love that.
I don't like it.
That
they
way,
know who we are. We should know who they are for lawsuit purposes.
TMASTL.com. Sign up. It takes like a minute to be the TMA Listener of the Month. And whoever wins in December of 2024 is eligible to be the Listener of the Year in 2025. So go to TMASTL.com and sign up to be the Listener of the Month. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Cam Jansen with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. This is Tim McKernan for Stewart's American Mortgage. Everyone knows him as Stewie, and I am here to tell you, when you think of Stewie, you should automatically think about service because he is the best at it. How do I know it? Well, he gives out his cell phone number for our listeners to call him directly, and I've talked to him on that number. It actually is truly his cell number. Here is the number, 314-324-4440. That's 314-324-4440, or you can Google the bagel loan. The mortgage industry is one that is always fluctuating, so if you're looking at buying or selling a home, or if you are going to be looking to refinance, Stewie has the knowledge, and he will provide you with the best customer service. Simply call his cell phone, and now you're going to have an honest, educational, and fun conversation with Stewie. That number again, 314-324-4440. 314-324-4440, or you can Google the bagel loan.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Nuggets outlast the Utah Jazz last night, 132-121. Nikola Jokic with a monster triple-double, but the godfather of triple-doubles himself, Russell Westbrook, with his 201st career triple-double last night. That was on their Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Cam Jansen with you on the program. Martin Kilcoyne is vacationing. Cam is in today. And Doug, was kind of hot during the commercial break to watch Cam look Chairman Kurt up and down and comment on his calves.
Yeah, they really hit it off, the two of them.
Yeah, it's my boy right there. He's got some monster legs on him.
He was a catcher.
He's got hockey player legs.
Yeah.
I used to play a little puck.
Girls like that, you know.
Girls like what part?
If you got big athletic legs,
Is
I would
that
say
right?
if
Is that
you're
right?
a woman,
No.
you're looking at that like he looks like an athlete, you know?
Chairman Kurt, is that working for you?
Where are these women, Cam?
They're around, dude. They're everywhere, man.
Dougies, you know we have a lot of ladies who listen to the show.
They're everywhere.
Hang out right outsid the studio waiting for us to go to our car.
Kate got any friends that are looking?
No, she doesn't have any friends, actually, to be honest with you, when it comes to that. No. But no, man, like, they're out there. There's a lot of girls in the same situation.
You know, the problem is they may be out there, but I'm not much out there.
Well, aren't you on apps?
Yeah, I
You
can
gotta show yourself
I'd be
off a
all
little
over
bit.
that.
Yeah, do you show your calves on the app?
No, I think all of my profile pictures are kind of shoulder up.
Are you a kind of guy that just like doesn't care? We'll go up to a girl at Walgreens and be like, "Hey, how you doing?"
Pucks on nets. Pucks on nets.
No,
Dead serious on that.
I would actually be kind of the antithesis of that guy.
Yeah,
He saw his dream girl at a football game and didn't have the
I
nerve
heard
to
that.
say hi.
Yeah.
You gotta shoot your shot, man. It just doesn't matter.
Are you doing?
I'm in the news, sweetheart.
That's Charlie right there.
Yeah, listen to Chuckles.
Charlie's 6'5" and unbelievably handsome. You can stand there at a bar, okay? Like, we got to work for things.
Do you have any interest in like taking me under your wing in like a hitch situation?
Will Smith.
Yeah, I'd do that for sure.
Ooh, that'd
You
make
know?
for some good content, Cam.
I'm a hideous mutant now, dude. Like, I'm out of the game, man. I'm like, I don't even know. Like, I got chew in my mouth. I look like crap. I sweat. I'm balding. You need somebody young and cool.
Turn around, let me see you. No, you look good.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
What's happening here?
Look at that. Look at this. Look at that.
And what is a hitch
Drop.
situation?
In the movie Hitch, I believe Will Smith kind of took Kevin James under his
That's
wing.
correct.
That's right.
Kevin
And
James.
he was intrigued by Eva Mendes, Doug.
I thought maybe you were looking to get hooked up by Ken Hitchcock.
I mean, if he could help me, I'll take help from anywhere I can get it.
He just won an award the other day. Hitch.
What do you
At
win?
the MAC?
Yeah, what it was
Oh,
in
yeah.
St. Louis.
What was that?
something?
Doug Armstrong presented it to
Yeah.
him. He was in here telling us about
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, you guys had Army on the other day.
We did.
so-
Yeah, he was in studio.
Yeah, for a long
He makes
time.
his rounds,
Yeah, he does.
you know.
Yeah, we get the Cam and Strick podcast. And if you get them, then we get them.
Yeah, he comes on, man, anytime.
Yeah.
You know, if I'm a GM too, like that, sometimes you got to talk to the people.
Yeah.
Let people know what's up.
Humanize yourself.
Exactly right.
Yes, look at that.
Humanize yourself. And we all, even if you're wrong on a couple moves, like you humanize yourself.
Yeah.
Now I look at you completely different.
Remove yourself from the organization
Yes.
a little bit.
Like, no, we get it's tough.
More likely to win them over if you're a pleasant
no
person.
doubt. With blue collar people in St. Louis, yeah, of course.
Yeah, Armstrong's got equity with
You
the
know,
fans here, I'll tell you
That's
that.
what you do.
Who the hell cares what girls like? Yucky. Doug, that's from Injun Joe's Cave Ride Magic.
A lot of
Man.
people feel that way.
I'm starting to become attracted to my wife's father.
Oh, come on now. Come on.
That's Gabe.
That's Gabe. Just circling back to your prior segment, unfortunately, most Taylor Sheridan programming targets the Hoosier Jeffco phony cowboy demographic of guys who have their wives make them cream cheese dominant crock pot meals twice a week. However, I will say that Allie Larder on Landman is still doing well since the whipped cream bikini. Doug, that's Carlos Spicy Wiener. So guys who like Taylor Sheridan shows also like crock pot dishes with cream cheese in Jefferson County.
That's what I'm understanding. Yeah.
That was so good.
That's great.
Taylor Sheridan's movies I really like. I never really got into his TV shows.
Yeah, he's
like Sicario is awesome.
Yeah.
Wind River is really good, but I never got into his
What's
shows.
the
River?
deal with
What's
crock
that?
pot dishes in Jefferson County?
Like buffalo
Cream
chicken dip.
Cream cheese in there?
I recall
That's what Ed was talking
I recall an email from JV golf coach that said I had too much deer jerky and French onion dip, and now I can't get the taste of Jeffco out of my mouth.
Oh,
I'm a Franklin County boy. I don't know what's worse. It's cheaper. I grew up in Jefferson County, man. Oh, yeah.
Eureka's not Jeffco, is it?
Dude, I grew up in Pacific.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Right across from the prison?
No, actually off of FF and F by Black Madonna Shrine. Creepy. Oh. Really creepy out there in the middle of the woods.
Right, really?
Yes, and we had an infirmary, too, that the alarm would go off in the middle of the night, and we'd get up and just, like, explore around.
Oh, yeah.
It's totally cool.
Doug,
I know. Listen, when you grow up out, when you have freedom like that, like you just grow up differently. My parents did not care. We'd go roam all night long in the hills out there and just cruise around and find things, jump in the creek, do this, do that. It was really cool.
Yeah, I bet.
Although I wouldn't want to live out there now.
Why not?
Because ticks are the size of my head.
Is that right?
Oh, my gray. You ever see gray ticks? Gray one? Exactly. There's different kind of ticks. You get to. I'd walk outside and I'd look down as a kid and I'd be like, what is it on my leg? There's 1,000 seed ticks.
Oh.
No. 1,000. And they're all crawling up your leg trying to find you know what. And you're like,
How do you get them
take
off
a hose and go, get it off. Then you take a shower and you look around and you're like, there's,
Still one.
I'd open I'd have my window open or whatever, and I'd take the sheets off the bed, and a monster spider with 1,000 little baby eggs would be laying right.
Oh.
Yeah. That's why I don't like to live out in the woods anymore, man.
That's why you moved out of there.
Well, we kind of do now, but everything's cleared out. We didn't have anything clear. If you clear out your lot, you won't have that problem as much. But if you have trees and stuff all around you, man, it just all that stuff just it's tough to deal with.
Nature sucks.
It just
Nature sucks.
It
does. Yeah.
Snakes.
Crazy. God.
Involved on the program, Callier and Thompson phone lines. You can call in, talk it over. Cam's with us here on the program. Martin is vacationing. Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101, and you can talk it over in the YouTube chat. Joey Vitale's Orange Scully is in there talking it over with Tiny Peepee and the Boston Market ad bot. Doug, they're all in there talking. YouTube.com/TMASTL. The YouTube camera is brought to you by Air Alliance Team. We'll do Pick 6 on the other side of the break. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Cam Jansen with you on the program. Martin Kilcoyne vacationing this week. Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. And Doug, he has the pick six ready for you as we are about 10 hours away from the college football playoff quarterfinals. Penn State, Boise State. Balls in the air, 6:30, Doug.
Yep, that's the Fiesta Bowl being played in Glendale, Arizona. Penn State is an 11-point favorite. The total, 54. Tim, your play.
Oh, Doug, I'm put to the test. I full disclosure, I think this is for SEC purposes. I do have ownership of Boise State futures. So, therefore, I am biased. I'm concerned about Boise State's secondary matching up with Penn State. I'm concerned about Boise State moving the ball beyond Ashton Genty. But I'm going to go with the Broncos.
Are you really?
And I've even got them on the money line at plus 345.
Oh, my word.
Yep.
Okay, well, to be different, I'll take Penn State.
I think I'm going to wind up being the different one. But let's see what Cam's got.
I got Penn State, baby.
Yeah, there you go.
I like
the 11.
Those unis. Let's go.
That's a great uniform.
Yeah.
That's a great uniform.
The Boise State uniforms?
I don't mind.
Are you not
Penn
listening?
State.
Penn State.
Yeah.
Outstanding uniform.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you were talking. Yeah. Oh, agreed.
Yes.
Love them. I'm on Boise State. I don't like a double digit.
Really?
I don't like a
Wow.
double digit spread in
I
this
thought
neutral
I would be
site.
on an island on this one.
Hey, listen, Fiesta Bowl and Boise State go together pretty well.
Doug, Statue of Liberty, Oklahoma, was that 2008?
I don't know the years, Tim.
2007?
I don't like Boise State just because I hate their blue playing field.
Yeah, I don't like it either, but they're playing in Glendale.
I know, but there's still reason to hate
It is
Boise.
goofy.
I don't like
I
it.
agree. But double-digit spread in this kind of game, we got another double-digit spread here in the Peach Bowl, which is a noon kickoff. Texas versus Arizona State. Texas, a 12.5-point favorite. That total is at 51 in the hay.
I'll go with Arizona State here. I think they've surprised a lot of people all year long and looked really good the last few games they played. I think they'll keep it closer than 13. I'm going Arizona
I'm going
State.
Texas, baby.
Texas?
Going Texas.
Oh, God. This one's putting the man to the test because I've seen teams try to run the football in Texas, and it's just really brutal. So the question then becomes, can Arizona State move the ball through the air? 12 points a big number for Texas. That's the issue. Texas's offense is, but when it's all said and done, I'm going to take Texas and lay the 12.
Why do you hate Cam Scattaboo?
I think Cam Scattaboo is going to have a day of reckoning tomorrow.
I'm going to stay consistent. A double-digit spread. I'll take the dog there and take Arizona State, and I like the under for that exact reason because Texas's defense is stifling. Rose Bowl, the granddaddy of them all, is the afternoon game tomorrow. Ohio State versus Oregon. Ohio State, 2-point favorite. That over-under is at 55.5.
I'm going to go with Oregon, and I'm going to go with the over. Oregon and the over, Doug.
All right.
And Cam and Doug, you guys need 2 overs or unders to complete the pick
I'm going to go
six.
Charlie Marlowe style, Ohio State, and I'm going to go the under.
All right, Ohio State and under. Doug, what do
I'm
you
going to go
like?
chalky and go Oregon. I guess that's chalky.
I don't
even
think
though they're
it is.
the
I feel like
underdog.
Ohio State is the buzz play right now.
The hell with the buzz. Wow. This Oregon squad, these Ducks, they've been unbeaten all year. They've looked really good the last few weeks. I'm going Oregon, and I'll take the over.
Okay, Oregon. Tim, you were on Oregon and the over as well.
That's correct.
Okay, I'm going to be on Ohio State and the over. OSU and the over in that, so I've completed my 2 over-unders. The final game, Sugar Bowl, Notre Dame versus Georgia. Georgia, a 1.5-point favorite. The lowest total of the 4. That's a 45.5-point total.
I want Notre Dame to win, but Georgia's going to win, I believe.
UGA for Cam.
I like Notre Dame, though.
You're going to need to pick an over and under in that
I'm going to
game.
do the over.
All right.
Let's go.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you here. I'd love to see Notre Dame beat Georgia. Georgia won't have the quarterback, the starting quarterback. I'm not sure that'll matter a lot. Maybe it will. I'll go Notre Dame just because I want to root for them.
And you need an over and under from
Okay,
me.
stop it. I'll say over.
All right. It's Chuck.
I am going to go with Notre Dame. This is 100% emotional, though. I need to be fully transparent, kind of like the Boise State thing. But I'm going to take Notre Dame. I don't know if I'll be able to stay up to watch it. I think this game ends sometime around 11:45 St. Louis time because I do not think it will kick off at 7:45. And I will take the under.
Under at 45.5. I am also on the Fighting Irish, despite the noise that I'm anti-Irish, that I'm anti-Notre Dame. Not the case. I'm taking the Irish. For quarterback.
But you don't like Irish Catholic people.
Now, that couldn't be further from the truth. That couldn't be further from the truth.
Why do you hate them?
Thank you, Doug.
I live in St. Louis. I don't hate Irish Catholic people at all.
Well, who do you hate?
Who do I hate? I don't think I really hate
Italians?
anybody.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, thank you, Cam, because I feel like he goes after my wife.
I used to live on the hill. I love Italians.
Okay.
I love
Just
everybody.
asking.
Yeah, I love everybody. I don't know many, like, I don't think I've met a lot of Australian people, but I think I'd like them.
What school would you rather go to, Notre Dame or Georgia?
Georgia. All day.
Okay.
Basketball.
So you do hate Irish Catholics.
Oh, he hates
Well, because you get
You
basketball.
hate making a lot of money.
Yeah.
Basketball, too, because you get both basketball and football. Notre Dame obviously has a basketball
But to get
team,
a job
they're not-
after school,
being a Notre
what
Dame
would you
graduate.
rather go to? Like to
Well,
set
I
yourself
guess I'd
up
go,
for success?
I guess I'd rather go to Notre Dame.
All right. All right.
I'm also like a Jewish guy. I don't really want to go to like a Catholic school.
Here it comes out.
There it is,
Just came out.
There it is.
You know, like,
Okay.
There it is.
that's not like a shot. That's not like a shot, but it's just like, where I'm at.
All right, Doug.
Georgia's really hard to get into, too. It is a hard school to get into because they have that A-plus thing going down there in the state of Georgia where if you get like a 3.0 high school grade average, you go to state schools for free in Georgia.
That's why I went to a Bear school, University of Missouri.
How about that?
Yeah, and so it's really hard. And then they want the top students from out of state because they're paying full tuition. So unless you're a 4.0 out-of-state guy or you live in Georgia, you're probably not getting in Georgia.
Well, if I'm like a Takesmith.
Yes,
there could be a spot for any Takesmith.
Yeah, they'll make an exception. The Orlowski Scholarship. It's 9 o'clock in St. Louis. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to email into the show for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. It comes your way at 10:45. I am a customer of Design Air Heating and Cooling. Doug is as well, so is Martin Kilcoyne. And we work with Seth Goldcamp and his team at Design Air Heating and Cooling. You running any issues with your heating system right now? That's not as bad as it's going to be next week, Doug, if you take a look at the forecast.
I haven't really.
Oh, Bill.
What?
Oh, Bill.
Okay, what?
We got snow coming on Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
We got snow coming on Monday, and we got a high of 18 and a low of 7 on Wednesday.
Oh, no.
Here we go.
Don't like it. I don't like it at all.
You run any problems, you make sure you work with Seth Goldcamp at Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Seth is a fourth-generation owner and operator, and he carries on the tradition of no upselling. They fix it, they move on. That's how they earn your business over the long term. That's Design Air Heating and Cooling, and they're online at designairservice.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Cam Jansen in for Martin Kilcoyne. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. The Morning After, it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Welcome to our 9 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Jackson Burkett, Cam Jansen in for Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. If you're watching on YouTube, you'll notice that nobody's here.
There was a second where you walked in with about 40 seconds left in the break. I was like, all right, I've battened down the doors, and this is where we get into it.
You're going to get into the association.
Absolutely. I was going to be like, Mike Brown doesn't deserve to be fired.
Wow.
I was going crazy
Back
on
the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, light the beam.
Jackson, Monday Night Football last night. I was wondering how the Lions would handle it. We were talking about that spread. The Lions had nothing to play for. And Dan Campbell unapologetically said, we're just going to play. We're going to play to win. I think there was some vengeance in the mission because the 49ers beat them in the NFC Championship game. Here's what the Lions head coach had to say.
I thought a lot about it. I thought about it leading up to the game. I thought about it last night. I told the staff. But I ended up settling on the right thing to do was play these guys, and because we owed it to the team, and it was just one of those positions we were in. It's just hard to say who you're going to sit, and it's not fair to ask guys to play that haven't been prepared to play. We knew what this is. You're out on the West Coast, you go, man, it's all good. That's what we do. You know what I mean? This is what we do. Like, we love it hard.
We love it.
Oh, no. I like him a lot.
I love that
God
guy.
almighty.
And when he was announced as the head coach in his first press conference, I'm like, oh, this is going to be a clown show.
I know.
And instead, he has killed it and changed the culture. And, man, I'm telling you, they got a little greatest show on turf in him.
That Jahmyr Gibbs is as good as the guy. I mean, they lost David Montgomery. Jahmyr Gibbs is lightning.
He's sick. He broke that thing open. You've got trick plays left and right. Yeah. Last night, Amon-Ra St. Brown with the they ran that play earlier in the year.
The fake fumble?
No, it was like I don't even know what the hell you call it. I feel like I'm hooking lateral.
It was kind of he pitched it back, and it was
to Jamison Williams.
He did do last week. They did the fake stumble where Jared Goff fell down and then got right back up and fired a touchdown pass.
That's awesome.
I mean, so the spot that they're in, they can win, they can lose last night, doesn't matter. Right. Everything comes down to Sunday night. And I believe this is the first time since 1994, fun facts for no one tell, 30 years, that you got to go back, that a final game of the year will determine who wins the conference's number one seed with the two teams playing each other. So I don't know if that means, that sounds like that would have been a Cowboys 49ers or maybe Packers 49ers era.
So who are you rooting for? Are you rooting for the Lions?
I'm rooting for the Lions.
I am.
I would love to. Love to see the Lions and Chiefs. I would love to see the Lions and Chiefs.
Chiefs are still fun to watch. Like, let's be honest.
I pull for them in the sense that I love when there's dynasties.
Of course,
I love when there's dynasties, and then I love seeing teams trying to take out the dynasties. So if I could pick, I would love to see the Lions and Chiefs. Doug, are you on the Lions train?
Oh yeah, big time.
Yeah,
big time. They got a lot of St. Louis players. At one point, they had like 7 guys from the St. Louis area on the team. They're just a couple of close losses away from being undefeated. They barely lost to Buffalo at home. And Tampa Bay beat them by 4 points. So and this was without how many injured players?
Yeah, including their starting running back.
Yeah, Jared Goff looks great now. He threw some fantastic passes last night. Yeah, I'm all in on the Lions, even though the Chiefs, of course, were St. Louis's team.
Like, we love it hard.
Okay.
No, my wife loves, like, she's obsessed with the Chiefs. She wasn't. Right? Yeah, this has happened. Like last couple of years.
Well, yeah, this has happened. I would think for about 50 to 60% of St. Louis area football.
I know. They're fun to watch. Entertain me. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They're fun to watch. Patrick Mahomes is cool, like he is.
And we get him every week. We see all of their games.
Everything.
So it's easier to
everywhere you look,
jump on board.
Jackson, you want to fight Chiefs fans?
Not necessarily. I just.
Are you just saying that because Cam just said his wife loves the Chiefs?
No, I don't want to fight anybody. Look at me. But I.
I like that.
Thank you.
You like the self-awareness.
Yeah, man.
Sometimes you got to know.
Absolutely.
But it's not. I just find it. I don't know. If you weren't like into football before, like, and this is like your entrance into football, who am I to gatekeep and say, no, you can't be a fan of this? It's the people who like are football fans who didn't root for the Rams when they were here, and now that the Rams have left, they're like, oh, I'll just root for the Chiefs. That's what bothers me. It's like
Jackson's a fan of Phoenix Marie. I'm a little surprised by it, to be candid with you. But the last thing I'm going to do is kink shame him and say, well, she's kind of a larger woman. But if that's what he's into,
well,
Doug,
vertically, like she could grab a couple boards.
Who is Phoenix Marie? Why is she chirping?
She's an actress. She's an actress. No, she does not play for the Phoenix Mercury. Although I could understand why one would think that. No, she's an actress.
I think that's kind of your kink, though.
I don't know about that. I don't,
You'd like to be tossed around a bit by a lady?
No, I don't think tossed around.
I don't know about that.
I don't
well, we don't want to kink shame, though.
I'm just saying. They say in football you want your helmet and your ass to be above your helmet and your feet above your ass. Like you never want to be like in the situation where your feet are above your backside.
Sure about that? You ever been in that situation?
Well, like when Derrick Henry stiff-armed Josh Norman, like he like completely like his feet went up above his ass and his head, and you don't want to be in that situation.
No.
Same in the bedroom, likely. I don't know though. I don't kink shame if anyone's into that.
What do you have in common?
I don't know. Jackson.
You ever been stiff-armed by Derrick Henry in the bedroom?
No, I've never been. I've never really been stiff-armed. It seems like it would really hurt. It seems like they're punching you in the face and you fall over backwards.
It also hurts to get tackled. When a guy runs and puts a helmet in your knees, that hurts too.
If it's like with momentum, I think it could handle that, But if it's like like a collision, that's where I'd be.
What would you rather be, a star quarterback or a stud NBA player?
Stud NBA player.
That's an insta ship with the
just asking.
But that's just pragmatic. Like the risk of injury is way less. The responsibility is way less, and the money's better. Unless you're like Mahomes.
Yeah, I'm talking about stud. You're still going to make half a billy.
If you're like Mahomes.
Yeah.
Or you can be Chandler Parsons in Memphis and make $32 million and do nothing.
Doug here is Phoenix Marie. Mr. Nipples was kind enough to say.
Oh, gosh, that's not who I was thinking it might be.
I don't know if you can handle that, dude. That's funny.
Let's see what I got here. Virgin, I bet if Taylor Swift was in a dunk contest, you would love the Chiefs. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
Doubtful. Oh, that wasn't that good.
I'm sorry. Some of them get me, man.
No, I don't. I like Mahomes. I like Kelsey. I like a lot of those. Nick Bolton, MIZ. I have no beef with the players. It's the whole societal gravitation towards them when like we had a team and you didn't care about them, and now that they're gone and the team across the state's good.
Did they care about them when they cared about themselves? Meaning like the Rams didn't care about themselves. Why would any fan care about the Rams when they were just knowing?
Jackson was a diehard Rams fan during like the dark final years.
Yeah,
which is an amazing thing.
It's hard to be that way.
Well, just because the product in the NFL is so good and you had a team in your backyard, like it felt like it was so special. Especially in a town where like you only have baseball and hockey. Also, it's not like we're a 4-sport city, so you have the biggest dog in the world, really. Yeah. And they play in your city.
And the thing, I don't know how you felt about it, Doug, and Cam, I don't know how much you were able to go to it since you were playing at the time, but going to the Dome from, I don't know, like the final damn near decade of it, but certainly the last 5 years, and then we were lucky enough to go to so many different NFL stadiums and travel with the Rams. Yes, you were going to an NFL stadium, and yes, there was at least one NFL team on the field, but it was so different than the other 31.
It's depressing.
Almost exactly right. It really was.
Yeah. I'd go all the time because Kate and her family loved the Rams. She cheered for the Rams.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So they have a connection. We got stuff, Ram stuff all over the house from her and stuff. So I would go with her family, and I'd sit there like, man, this is dark and gloomy in here.
Yes.
Gray.
Yeah.
It brightened up that one time the turf caught on fire. It got a little brighter.
Couple guys like,
help us all come together as the 12th Ram. We've created Ram rules. Follow these 5 rules to give our team dome field advantage.
Mizzou did that too.
Together as one, we can do it.
We can do it!
It was depressing. It truly was. Yeah. But if you look back on it, you're like, damn, we had an NFL team there, man.
And we had, and
like,
we did have like the absolute purest form of offensive cocaine that's ever existed in the NFL.
Pure.
I mean, what went on in 99 and 2000 and 2001 was, I mean, I don't know if it'll live. I don't think it does live up there with the 80s 49ers, the 90s Cowboys, I guess the current Chiefs, I guess. But
they were loaded.
But they were just so insane. And I know the Patriots were the dynasty, but that wasn't necessarily like exciting with the talent. That was just, it was systematic, and they would beat you. But with I'm talking about that offense, God bless America, it's something else.
Someone just bombs, like putting points up. It was crazy.
I really do think that in a way it's spoiled, and I'm not saying this was this is human nature. This isn't a St. Louis indictment, that you go from having nothing, then you get a team, and then 3 years in, you get this rush of greatness, and your expectation is set for this is what it's going to be. And most franchises never even get a sniff of what we got for those years.
Yeah, no, and not to mention, like, St. Louis was in a pretty good spot at that point.
Oh,
like
the Blues were killing
awesome.
it, the Cardinals were killing it, and the Rams
had
were
home
killing
run
it.
derby. Like, what? Like, gosh almighty! There was a lot of focus on sports in St. Louis.
It truly was.
Man,
one of the most likable quarterbacks in the history of the league. Guy breaking home run records.
Didn't she call in?
She called
you guys a couple times.
No, it was not us. I was listening to that leaving Calf and Us, and I think it was Brian Burwell and John Marisek who were hosting.
Okay.
Brenda Warner calling in. Remember that, Doug?
I do.
It was an argument over what Mike Martz did with him over some injury or something.
I believe so.
Do you think Anna Marie would do that if you were playing and you were getting sure?
Oh, God.
Your dad
tell
would.
you something.
Your dad would.
Your dad would.
Yeah.
Martin's impression of my dad, Jimmy Stewart.
I love your dad so much.
Thank you. God bless.
Awesome.
No, Anna Marie, like about a month ago, there was. I told her, stay off that damn fan page. You know. And she doesn't know how to mute people on social media.
Yeah.
And I want to click, and I said, just mute that damn thing. And she goes, oh, God, I clicked on something where they were, like, ripping you or ripping the show. Like, she liked it by mistake. And I go, oh, God, now it's going to turn into more conspiracy theories on that thing. It's the last thing I need.
So
I got to have Jackson block my wife from the fan page. You can
Fan page.
Yeah, there you go. Mike Lee, Doug. Ladies and gentlemen, this program is TMA Cam Jansen filling in for Martin Kilcoyne, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. Larry Nickel is on the Callier Thompson phone lines. We'll talk it over with Larry, because you didn't get a chance to watch wrestling last night.
I did not get the chance to.
So that's coming up on the program. This is TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Martin Kilcoyne talking about Auto Loan Pro, and they really are the pros when it comes to not only getting you a car, no matter what your situation is. They'll get you the car, they'll get you the best rate possible, but they're also going to teach you something along the way. How about that? You're getting a car and getting a little education as well. It's the playbook that you can download from that website, autoloanpro.com. If you're financing a car, there's one thing to know. Choose the Auto Loan Pro. That playbook explains to you how credit works, how things can be approved along the way. So you buy a certain car now, your credit improves, and you buy a different car the next time. We know that good people get into bad circumstances. Instead of just selling you a car, the Auto Loan Pro is going to help you get your life and credit back on track. It's real simple. Autoloanpro.com. That's easy to remember. Autoloanpro.com is part of the Lita family. They're working with over 50 lenders to help you get the very best financing that's available out there. So they're going to help you get into that car and also understand the credit world. It's so confusing. Buying a car can be complicated. Keep it simple at Autoloanpro.com.
Jackson, who's on the 20. Taylor, not the kid from Home Improvement. Express. So good. So good.
It's a little history lesson, too. Let's be honest.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Cam Jansen in for the vacationing Martin Kilcoyne. Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt fielding calls on the Collier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. And on those very phone lines, it is our pleasure to welcome to the program the great Larry Nickel. Good morning, Larry.
Good morning, guys. What's up?
Well, Doug wanted to go through some of the bigger stories in professional wrestling in 2024.
A retrospective,
Like what,
if you
Doug?
could.
Are there some big stories?
Like what, Doug?
I don't know. That's what you're for. I don't know the big stories.
Well, next Monday they're going to Netflix.
Okay. Cool. And how will that change the show, or will it?
It will, because, everybody's been wanting to watch it on regular TV, but apparently there's more money in doing it on Netflix.
Are they going to be able to swear? Can it be kind of R-rated?
Well, they can swear, but it's not going to be PG.
Okay.
Yeah. How's Vince McMahon doing? Is he alive? Is he in jail?
Did you watch that Vince documentary on
I
Netflix?
did.
Pretty good.
Pretty dang good.
Pretty good.
Vince McMahon is no longer with WWE, but he's not in jail.
Okay.
He doesn't own it anymore at all?
No.
Okay, sorry. I didn't know.
Come on.
Still talking.
Well, who owns it?
A company called TKO, which also owns...
That's a
the
DJ
Ultimate
company in
Fighting
South County.
Championship.
Doug, you ever have TKO DJs?
No, I didn't. Okay.
TKO... I'm still talking.
Sorry.
The company I mentioned is also the company that owns the Ultimate Fighting Championship.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So Dana White's company. They own wrestling too?
Yes, they do.
Interesting.
All right.
He's doing pretty good for himself.
Yeah,
$1 million bucks, and that's $1 billion.
Yeah.
Not bad.
It's a nice return, Larry.
Yeah, now let's talk about what happened last night at the season.
All right, what happened?
Which happens to be the last show on the USA Network. There was 2 semifinal matches for the inaugural Women's Intercontinental Championship. And in the first semifinal match, there was Zoe Stark versus Dakota Kai, and Dakota Kai won that match.
Okay.
And she was hoping her cohort in Damage Control was going to the other semifinal match, but it didn't turn out that way. And Doug, no, it was not written in the script, so don't even go there.
It's always written in the script.
Doug,
yes.
Did you not hear what I said?
Yes,
Don't even go
I
there.
did. Okay, I'm sorry. You're the expert.
Okay, but Lyra Vakilia won the other semifinal. So in 2 weeks, they're going to have the finals for the inaugural WWE Women's Intercontinental Championship between Dakota Kai and Lyra Valkyria.
Okay. Now that's not as big as the World Championship. That's a separate World Championship.
Doug,
yes.
The Intercontinental Championship is a secondary title.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, it sounds big. Intercontinental. That includes everybody, right?
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah. But anyway, getting back to what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Also, there was a 6-man tag team match between Judgment Day members Finn Balor, J.D. McDonough, and Dominic Mysterio, son of WWE Hall of Famer Rey Mysterio. And they took on former Judgment Day member Damian Priest and the new World Tag Team Champions, the War Raiders.
The War Raiders?
Yes, the War Raiders.
Okay.
And the winners of that match are Damian Priest and the War Raiders.
Okay.
So good.
Very, very good.
Larry, you don't happen to have the top 5 countries in the world at your disposal. It's always important for nations to finish the year ranked in the top 5.
Yeah, these top 5 countries, I've been saying it's unstoppable. And they are.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I'm doing it right now, Doug. Don't rush me.
All right, sorry.
Number 5, Antarctica.
Antarctica?
Yeah.
That's the top 5 country in the world?
Number 5.
It's interesting.
Okay.
It is interesting.
It is.
Number 4, Chile.
Okay.
Closer to Antarctica than you think.
Yeah. It goes all the way down there.
Really fun for the South Pole.
Scary South Pole there.
It's fun to discuss that.
A lot of
geography.
shipwrecks down there.
That's true.
Number 3, Monaco.
Oh.
All right.
Doug, you visited
Monaco.
it.
I did, yeah. I have a yacht there.
That's Morocco.
Gamble there.
Number 2, Morocco.
Morocco.
Go.
Yeah.
Morocco. Yeah.
That's where Wellington's headed. Okay.
And before I reveal the 2 countries that made the top 5,
Top
I
1.
will mention it will be the Congo.
Congo got in there.
Big time civil war going on.
Like
in Congo.
also receiving votes. Is that what that is?
Yes, Doug.
Okay.
Okay, the 2 countries that tied for number 1. Egypt and, of course, United States of America.
A breaking ball. Egypt tying the United States.
Egypt. Did not see that coming.
I can't believe I'm going to ask a follow-up to this, but what did Egypt do to get to tie the United States?
As my ranking, I do what I want, Tim.
Yeah, I guess that's a good answer as any, Doug. It's my ranking. I can do what I want.
They're hosting the pyramids.
Yeah, that's true.
Sphinx.
That's true.
That sort of thing.
Mohamed Salah, great soccer player.
Yeah.
Egyptian.
That probably did it.
Yeah, Mo Salah.
All right. Well, thank you, Nixie.
You're welcome. And God bless America.
There
All
he
right,
is,
baby.
Larry
Thank you,
Nickel.
Nixie.
God bless you, and God bless these United States of America. Doug, Egypt. Egypt joins the Philippines, the only other nation outside of the United States to be ranked number 1. Cam, I'm glad you were in to witness that today.
I'd go to Egypt.
You would?
I would. There's a lot of places I'd like to go. I'd like to see the pyramids, although they like to rip you off there, too. Like, they'll have people come up to you and find tourists. They'll be like, here, pay for this, and you get to go see this little thing, which is nothing. Yeah. So you got to watch out for that kind of
Is that
stuff.
right? You have some people or have you been?
No, I haven't been, but you just
know
read
some
up.
friends,
I just
yeah.
read up on it, and they're like, you just got to watch the scam artist there. That there's so many things that they could rip you off, and I don't know. Like, do I want to go to Egypt? I
I
probably.
feel like there's a bunch more countries you'd want to hit before Egypt.
Like Antarctica, the number 5 country.
Yeah, I honestly go down the list.
Antarctica's there's if you read up on
Shackleford.
Yeah, Shackleton.
You only see Antarctica if you've seen everywhere else.
Yeah,
that'd be the absolute last place on the list, right?
But people pay a ton of money to go down there and visit Antarctica. I'm like, no.
And see ice?
Yeah, you just see ice.
Ice, yeah, and mountains and ice and nothing. But I don't know. It is interesting though. Like, there's some weird conspiracy theories out there with Antarctica.
Well, what's happening down there?
Well, if you read up on some of the dialogue back in the day with some of these,
explorers.
Yeah, what they saw and what they
see. What's going on? What's
Shackleton,
doing?
you ever read that story?
Yeah,
Oh my!
What's going on? Share with us.
Horrific.
What?
They get jammed up back in the 1800s. They get jammed up down there on ice. They have to escape. They have to leave everything. Their ship's getting torn apart. Then they have to make out this little makeshift boat with rocks, laying in rocks to try to get out of that hellhole and make their way back 800 miles in horrific weather, soaking wet, navigating through who knows how they could possibly navigate. It was the craziest thing. Got to look that up. Some of these explorers, what they went through, man, oh man.
What were they doing down there in the first place?
Well, there's a lot more. You just read up on it.
What's going on?
Stuff with Nazis to this, to that. Oh, yeah.
Nazis are down there.
It's just crazy stuff.
Jackson, you heard this? Is what Cam's talking about?
One of my favorite classes in Ladue High School was oceanography.
Yeah, for heaven's sake. That's not funny. I would love
It was
that too.
great. It was great. I had a great time.
Interesting as hell.
All the other kids were taking like physics, and I was like, no, I want to take meteorology and oceanography.
Yes.
And we learned a lot about Shackleton and his exploration. Now, that class was in the basement, and it was a little warmer down there. May I have fallen asleep a couple of times? Yeah. But I learned about Shackleton and his exploration of Antarctica and all that good stuff. And it's it is really fascinating. You know, Doug, the Earth is 70% water.
Well, yeah.
So
what's that have to do with Shackleton?
They've
We'll just keep that in
explored
mind.
the ocean. What, 2% of the ocean?
Something like that.
Like
They
nothing.
say if the ocean was clear, you'd never get in it.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's no doubt.
Doug, you're not even allowed to fly over Antarctica. That's from the 314.
Why?
Probably could get all cold. You can fly over the North Pole, though, right? Just not Antarctica.
There's some scary tales from the North Pole, too, from back in the day.
Is that right? What do you got, man?
I mean, watch the... Actually, there's a really good show called The Terror.
The Terror.
It's called The Terror. And it's
Terror.
But the Terror was the name of this boat, this exploration that they had back in, again, the 1800s. They tried to make a way through Canada, the upper pole, and they got jammed up in ice, man.
No.
And they had to walk 800 miles.
They had to walk 800 miles.
They're dragging schooner, like the boats that are, 20 feet long, made of wood with all their stuff through ice and crap for miles and miles. I don't know. It's just interesting. It's called The Terror. It's a good. It's a book.
I'm reading up
but
on it.
also-
It looks good.
Yeah.
Looks really good.
They all got scurvy from the.
Yeah, like polar bears are attacking them.
Yeah. Well,
Polar bears attacking them?
Yeah, polar
this
bears are
picture
the
looks like.
scariest thing in all of anything. You ask any of these Aussies. Talk to the Australians. You think of Australia, you go there, man. You got crocs, you got all these trapdoor spiders and all this stuff. You ask some of these cats that are hardcore from the bush, like, what's the scariest thing going? They're like, what you guys got over there? We're like, well, what do you mean? Grizzly bears, brown bears, and especially polar bears are the scariest damn thing. All they want to do is kill you. Polar bears, all they want to do is kill you. And they will track miles and see you and sniff you out and go and dive under the ice and pop back up, jump on the thing, dive under, and go, yeah, dude. And they're the biggest bear, too.
Wow.
Yeah.
Doug, I mean, I'm learning a lot here.
Well, I'm not going up there anyway, so I don't have to worry about it.
Scary.
And this all was led by Egypt being tied for first.
Yeah, no doubt.
Egypt sounds pretty good right about now.
Compared to the polar bears.
I'd walk 800 miles just to get a smooch on the cheek from Cam. That's from the Crystal City Clam.
What's
Head.
up, baby? I like that.
Watch this. Doug, explore my South Pole. That's from Mr. Nipples.
Okay, we didn't need that or anything like it.
You can email into the program the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air heating and cooling email of the day. Call in Callier and Thompson phone lines, just like Larry Nickel did, 314-974-0101. And you can listen to the program anytime you want via the Schaefer Door Company TMA STL app. Doug, you know anything about Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door Company?
Well, I do. We all got to work here on time today, so I'm assuming the garage doors went up, except for those of us who live in carports and don't have to worry about that ever.
Taking a shot?
Well, if you have a garage door and it doesn't work, you know the name. The people you should call. That's Schaefer Door Company. I'm going to go ahead now. What I'm going to do is give the phone number that you can call or text Schaefer Door. That's SCHAEFER, only one F. Here's that number, 636-782-3608. Write it down, 636-782-3608. You probably ought to tape that to the wall of your garage. So whenever that door doesn't go up, you'll say, I know who to call now. I call Schaefer Door. They're fantastic people, and they service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and they are versatile. And they have that special Monday morning standby service for those doors that break over the weekend for whatever reason. That seems to be when they go, and Schaefer Door is right there. And if yours breaks on a Monday morning or any other day, you'll just look on the wall where you've taped the number and taped the name Schaefer Door, and you'll know who to call immediately, and you won't have any problems. I didn't have any problems when they came out. I thought I was going to need a whole new door. Nope. They replaced a strut, and my garage door is humming. It works perfectly now. They can also handle big, giant warehouse doors. If you own a business or have one of those warehouses that has giant garage doors, yes, Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs as well. Their website, again, SchaeferDoor.com. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
There it is. Schaefer Door online at SchaeferDoor.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Cam Jansen in for Martin Kilcoyne here on the program. You are welcome to get involved on the show. Watch it at youtube.com/TMASTL. And you are welcome to text in Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. Coming up, a well-known St. Louisan is going to debut a brand new late-night talk show and make an appearance on this brand new late-night talk show. We'll tell you who and where and what and why on the other side of the break with an audio clip that's coming your way. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Kings defeat the Mavericks last night 110-100. Maybe a little dead cat bounce for Doug Christie after Mike Brown being fired. De'Aaron Fox got himself 33 points for Swipa. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, you hear that dead cat bounce thing in Sacramento?
I did.
Yeah, light the beam.
I heard it.
They lit it last night.
We were supposed to get a Santa Claus bounce with the stock market, but we didn't really get it, did we?
Jackson, how's your portfolio?
Strong to quiet.
Usually the stock market bounces up a little bit here at Christmas, but it didn't do it this year. We didn't get our Santa Claus bounce.
Why do you think that is?
Well, I don't know. Because the market's been on such a tear for so many years, I guess.
You spent a lot of money on Christmas?
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Yeah. Like, what do you think?
Probably a couple thousand, maybe.
Wow. More now than when the kids are younger?
Yeah. Just because I got more to spend now
than
when they were younger.
You spend a lot, Timmy, on stuff?
I do, however, I'm not the one purchasing anything.
Yeah.
You follow me?
Yeah. It works better. They get what they want. You don't have to return everything.
Just do your thing.
Absolutely.
They wrap it
Simplify.
up.
Yeah. That's what I said to my wife for our anniversary about a month ago. I said, here's the deal. I don't know what you want.
Don't know what she wants either.
But why don't we go to this particular location and you pick out what you want and you get it, and I'll sit here and I'll scroll Instagram to see what Ella Reese is doing today.
Exactly. I can't. I am so bad at getting her gifts. It's unbelievable.
So
she's
everybody wins.
picky. She's picky with stuff. You know what I mean?
Everybody wins that way. Do you spend a lot?
Yeah. I spend a lot of money anyway. I'm a money spender. Kate's not. She's the one that has to calm me down.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, yeah. I spend the money.
What do you spend on?
Crap, booze. I want to have the nice, I just whatever, chew, which adds up, which is god-awful.
Thousands of dollars of logs.
I mean, logs out the wazoo, nice, fancy dinners, like I
Where's
spend money.
Where's your go-to restaurante? What's your go-to restaurant?
Okay,
your Mount Rushmore. Doug, we can get a former NHL player. He knows it all. He's got connections everywhere. Where does this guy go? That's what I need to know.
The Clubhouse.
The Clubhouse.
Yeah. They got dang good food, man.
Where is the Clubhouse?
Right there in St. Albans.
Oh,
yeah. That food's
you're
fantastic.
a country club guy.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't
You're
like
damn
that.
right. No, I'm a fancy lad, and I don't care. And the head
First
store.
guy ever graduated from Eureka said I'm a fancy.
I didn't graduate from Eureka.
Oh, there you go.
Not even close. Not even close. But yeah, no. When we go to get pizza, I go to 3 different places. If I'm coming back, I'll just grab Dewey's real quick. Little shout out to
I like
it.
that. I
It's
like
okay.
that Dewey's.
It's a solid.
I like that Dewey's.
Solid.
Doug, I like the crust.
Do
you like
you?
the crust?
Okay,
But
sure.
my 2 favorite pizza joints that Kate and I on a Friday, like, let's go pick it up, come back, watch a movie, whatever it is. We're pretty simple. But I go to Ferracci's right there on Manchester Road. Ferracci's.
Are you thinking about Ferratos?
No, Ferracci's.
Because Ferratos is on Manchester.
No. Ferracci's right
So
there.
there's one in your turf out
right
west?
there, yes.
Because I always think that's like a North Sider thing.
No, it's right there on Manchester Road.
So they put one in
by Buffalo Wild Wings and Manchester.
None of us are North Siders on this show, right?
And I go to Joe Bacardi's.
But I thought it was, I like Joe Bacardi's.
Like Ellisville
I know the
area?
Bacardi
Yes.
family.
Ferracci's.
They got Tapawingo. They got there's one on the hill. Bacardi's.
If it's 4:00 in the afternoon, you better call in and get your pizza because you're going to
Joe
wait.
Bacardi's?
No, at Ferracci's.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
I think I'll go to the text inbox. I'm sure we got.
Oh, they'll know what's up. And I'll tell you this with Joe Bacardi's, a little shout out because I know that family for a long, long time, and we've been going there living in Eureka for just years and years. Mario Bacardi, Joe's son, is working there on a Wednesday afternoon. He's the one making your pizza every single time.
How about that, Doug?
Works
The
his
family's
butt
making a
off,
pizza.
baby.
Yeah. I like a guy named Mario making
Mario's
pizza.
awesome. Yeah. Mario
Jerry, Izzo, and if Patino was in here, we're talking Italian special. We're talking rigatoni, marinara.
Yeah, that's all good too.
Ferracci's started in Ferguson, so I was right.
There, yeah.
It was a North Side.
Yeah, we got one down by
And they
us.
do have a North Side location too. All right, that's
There
what
you
I
go.
thought. And
Damn
then
good.
North Siders swear by it.
It's damn good.
Yeah, I haven't had it. I was in Biggie's on Saturday night though. As a South Sider,
Yeah.
I'll go to Biggie's. See that David Price, Doug. Got
pitcher?
the steak sandwich. David Price, the pitcher.
Yeah.
And now he...
It's not a huge contract. I'm surprised he's still working the pizza.
You know, there's a ton of restaurants. It's Chesterfield, man.
Yeah,
Chesterfield's nice. Like, it is. It's always expensive. Like, don't get me wrong. But you could find anything out there. These little restaurants, steakhouses, like, kind of tucked away in a little shopping mall area. Yeah. There's a ton of places in Chesterfield.
Well, what's your favorite one?
Oh,
I want to know. I want to know what's going on.
You know, where do we go? Okay, we just try new places out, man. And of course, Olive and Oak's great. We do that. Yeah. Chrissy's around and stuff like that. But it's a place like right by Mentality in Chesterfield called Winchester's. Awesome steakhouse. Only has like 10 people in there.
Is that right?
Yeah, like little things like that. You would never know unless you kind of creeped in there and looked. So Chesterfield's where to be if you're around that area. If you really want to find some good places.
Waffle fries.
Jackson, you're going to Wright's Tavern? Is that what you said you wanted to do?
Maybe for my girlfriend's birthday.
Got it.
That's a special occasion.
Is she a picky eater?
No.
That's good.
Yeah. No, not at all.
Kate's a slow eater.
Oh, like takes a while?
Oh my God.
Well, maybe you're just a fast eater.
I'm like this.
Yeah, right.
And she's just like has to look at her meal and then like wait, and then she'll have a sip and then wait.
Organize everything.
Meanwhile, I'm just sitting there like, done. We just go to the bar, man. We don't even like sit down. We go to the bar every time.
They have restaurants outside of 270. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
Here we go. You better get out of here.
Here we go.
I think Chesterfield is becoming the very center of the St. Louis area. And it's still got a lot of room to grow. It's got an airport. It's got all the shopping you could want. It's got the Top Golf. It's got the new nightlife district there. It's got the strip mall.
It's got the concert venue. It's got all the strip mall. You got Hugo Boss out there. You can do whatever you want. But will it flood again? And I will predict this, not to be morbid, and I've said this before on the radio. Chesterfield will get rocked in our lifetime by an EF3 tornado.
By a tornado.
Wow. Yes.
Wow, this is unique
because
meteorology.
Jackson, because you're a weather guy too. If you pay attention to tornadoes and where they form, they always hit up in St. Charles area. But Chesterfield will get rocked in our lifetime by a tornado, and it'll go right up Highway 40.
Really?
Right up the highway.
Yep.
Has this happened before?
It's almost happened. Almost all these tornadoes, man, they almost happen. All of a sudden, the airport got rocked by an EF3, 2011, shaked all the planes. Remember all the idiots are like, ugh! They're staring at the glass, like, get away from the glass, dude. Get away from the glass.
That was at Lambert.
That's at Lambert.
Okay.
So
you're talking about Spirit.
Sometimes it just kind of forms, and all of a sudden it hits in Nowhereville in Illinois. So it'll go right across St. Louis. But in our lifetime, we will see a nasty tornado in St. Louis.
They said when the tornado hit the airport, it did $2 million worth of improvements.
Lambert, man. We used to fly out of Chesterfield. I loved it down there. Millionaire Club. It's so nice. Now we flew out of, actually, a nice airport in Cahokia. We fly out of Cahokia now, the Blues.
Parks.
Yeah,
Parks.
It's cool.
Yeah.
It's not, some guys are like, when they drive out there, like, sometimes my steering just automatically pulls right into Penthouse.
This is when you're with the Blues you're talking about.
Yeah. So we've been flying out of Lambert, a little area in Lambert, and then Cahokia now, too.
Cam, Wentzville is great because you can be chubby and still be hot. Chain restaurant capital of the world. That's from caller Buzz.
That's true, though. There's a lot of chains out there.
There's change everywhere. That Chesterfield Valley has every chain restaurant you could possibly think of.
Ruth Chris. They got anything you want, too.
Yeah. And I think I heard that's the longest strip mall in America.
Is it?
In the valley? I mean, it's up to damn near a mile long.
I know.
Maybe more.
What don't you have there?
You got it all right there.
Just hope it doesn't flood.
Well, they built the berm. I assume that all these billion-dollar corporations did their homework before they put in their businesses there. That they must be assured that it's not going to flood like it did.
It'd have to be catastrophic, but we get flooding here, man. Like it's.
I'm calling a tornado is going to hit.
Yeah, for sure. We just miss with some of these tornadoes in St. Louis. We just miss. Yeah. They go right to Illinois, and no one talks about it because it's in the middle of nowhere.
I saw a report the other day that said what we think of as a traditional tornado alley used to be Oklahoma, Kansas, kind of Missouri. They said it shifted to like SEC country.
Dixie.
It's now
Dixie,
Mississippi and Kentucky and Alabama. They're the ones that are getting it all the time.
Yes. Well, look at Tuscaloosa back in 2011.
Yeah.
When all those kids are at school in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah,
it got rocked. And there's so much unbelievable video because it wasn't rain wrapped. Meaning, like, it was kind of light outside. The sun was still shining. And then you got this EF5 going through the heavy part of Tuscaloosa and killed a bunch of people. I mean, ripped up concrete. That's how powerful it is.
Yeah.
Think about that.
I don't want to.
Well, that's what we got to deal with around here, man.
Morning, guys. Mr. Licks is from Chesterfield. Thanks. That's from Mr. Big Cream.
That's right. That's right.
Email into the program, Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Munganast, a longtime sponsor of TMA, and we think the world of the great people at Munganast, St. Louis Acura, and Munganast Burkhardt Alton Toyota. That's Jamie Burkhardt, and that's Peter Munganast. And then in the service department, that's Ryan Seiberg, stlouisacura.com, and AltonToyota.com. If you're looking for a new car, if you're looking for a pre-owned car, if you want to buy, if you want to lease, if you need to get your car serviced, even if you didn't get your car from Munganast, that's no problem. Just call or text the number they set up for TMA listeners, 314-252-0029. That's 314-252-0029, or go online at stlouisacura.com or AltonToyota.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Cam Jansen with you. This is TMA on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Right. Well, again, doesn't seem fair to. So good, isn't it?
It really is. When you can bring Pete Cosma into a song, that's just rich.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Cam Jansen's in for Martin Kilcoyne, who's vacationing in the Hamptons. What are you doing tonight, Cam? What do you got going on?
My neighbor's house, they'll have like a little get-together. I don't leave the subdivision, man. I'm not driving anywhere. Yeah. Not doing any of that. I've been traveling so much, I just like to chill. Yeah. Like, we really do just chill. Like, when you live out there, like, you don't really want to leave kind of thing, you know? So anytime the neighbors are all cool neighbors. My neighbor next to me, Wes, is my age, hockey player. And it's pretty just like we both like, oh, you play hockey? Oh, that's cool. You know, it's nice. So we'll just go chill, have some drinks, stumble back home.
Yeah, God bless.
Do nothing tomorrow, you know?
I'll just be watching football all day. How long did it take you to get from your residence to Hubbard Radio St. Louis today?
About 40.
40?
Yeah, not bad. I got a bob and weave deer. That stuff.
Really?
Doug and I were oh, really? God. They're everywhere, man.
Have you ever hit one?
Almost. I just slam my brakes on. I just bump it.
You get one of those deer whistles you put on the side of the car?
I should. Yeah. I don't know if they're annoying or not. You don't want to
I don't think you can hear them.
Okay.
You just can't hear it.
I don't think they could. We were talking about that earlier. Like, deer, like, you step on a branch in the middle of the woods, they're going to run away from you. But boy, oh boy, you got that.
Fly into your car.
You got that big Dodge Ram with the dualies hanging out, you know.
Dualies.
And they're just like, I'm just going to walk in front of you.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
And they can jump over fences. So even if a highway has a fence on the side, they jump right over.
You see, there's carcasses
there's carcasses
everywhere, man. The blood trail right to our subdivision. It's unbelievable. Dude, I woke up the other day.
Sounds like the killing fields out there.
The coyotes are so bad where I will drive, it was Halloween, and I drive past my neighbors, and there is a deer, two deer, heads are ripped off, mangled bodies everywhere, like stuff in the trees, like something like a monster. Yes, like a monster werewolf.
Those are aliens.
Ripped these two deer up that are gigantic. They're big deer, and the coyotes rip them up and just leave carcasses all. I thought it was Halloween decorations, and I had one time, Kate and I get up, and we're like, "What the hell is that?" And there's a huge deer laying against my house. We're like, "Whoa!" And I look at it, the neck's all twisted around. I'm like, what's that? Dang. I'm like, okay, we're going to have to get this thing out of here. What am I going to do, pick it up? I'm like, I'm not touching that thing. And we're like, wait a minute. Let's go to bed. We'll wake up and see if it's here next day. Boom, you get up. That thing was dragged all the way up. You know what that was? A mountain lion.
No.
Yes.
Probably. Yeah,
it was a mountain lion.
Coyotes probably aren't big enough to do that.
Coyotes will rip it to shreds. Mountain lion will shake it and kill it that way, and then lay it around and wait so the coyotes don't find it. And then they'll come back, grab it, take it to its own little safe spot and eat it. So they'll bait the coyote.
Yeah, you just heard it right there. There was the mountain lion.
And then cougars.
They're the ones putting in the trees.
They got hit. One got hit by a car the other day out there, man. And they took
mountain lion did?
Yes, and they took a picture of it, and it was the scariest looking thing you could possibly imagine. Is staring at you with blood all over the place, and it's jacked. Shoulders were jacked, veins popping out. Yes.
Aren't you afraid just to walk around your house at night?
You should hear these coyotes. It's the scariest thing, man. They're screaming, and like, I remember going out of town, and I'm outside chilling. I go, Kate, come here. And I'm out of town for 10 days, and she walks out there, and these coyotes are going nuts in our backyard. Horrific sound, mutilating something. Hopefully not a puppy. Yeah. And I'm like, okay, I'm leaving for 10 days. She's like, I gotta walk the dogs out here and have them go to the bathroom. Yeah, it's a little scary.
Well, what's worse, the coyotes and the mountain lions, or the ticks that bother you?
Ticks, I don't. Everything's cleared away. If you have tons of brush by your house, that's where so we're pretty good with bugs. We get ladybugs and stuff like that. But the scariest thing out there would probably be coyotes ripping up your dog or your kid.
Well, I would think mountain lions possibly ripping up you.
Mountain lions don't, because they're skittish.
Like an outdoor kid. Like, this is an outdoor kid.
Well, just kids walking around like coyotes are going to grab you. Like, they'll kill pit bulls. You know what I mean? They jump you. They come in packs like wolves, but they're nasty, gnarly looking. They're just like, they're
smaller than you think, though, aren't they?
They're skinny. They look like they.
Am I thinking of foxes?
No, foxes are cute.
Yeah.
You know, they jump around. They got the fluffy tail. These things are nasty looking. They're like
have
nasty.
You seen Fox and the Hound?
Yeah.
I have. I've seen Fox and the Hound.
They're creepy, man.
Can you shoot? Are you allowed to shoot a coyote if it's in your backyard?
If that thing grabbed my puppy, I don't care if it's legal, illegal. I don't give a damn.
It's going.
I is going downtown Chinatown.
If it didn't grab your dog, if it was just running around your backyard.
I'm not just going to shoot it. Like, you got to let nature do its thing. But if you grab my dog, I'll kill it. I'll kill it with my bare hands.
Will you?
You haven't lived until you've shot a coyote in Huntley. That's from the Worcester Woods Wacko.
That I think would be illegal.
Man.
They probably have them there.
Yeah.
As much wooded area as they have.
Yeah, they're trapped there probably.
Jackson, I deep teased Joe Buck last night on Monday Night Football. There is a new late night television program coming, Cam. And Joe Buck and his wife Michelle are going to be on that program. Take a listen.
Well, the premiere of They Call It Late Night with Jason Kelsey is Friday night at 1 a.m. Eastern on ESPN and ESPN Plus. Michelle and I will be guests on the second Friday installment on the 10th of January.
Yeah.
Be anxious to see what we can and cannot say at 1 a.m. Eastern on ESPN.
Let it fly.
Let it fly.
I mean, come on.
So what's the worst that could happen, right?
I'll be working with someone else. I mean, that's the worst thing that could happen.
There you go. You're pushing me out.
Doug, the show is called Catching Kelsey.
Okay. That is late. That's very late.
And now I see different.
No, Catching Kelsey was the Travis Kelsey dating
They
show.
call it Late Night with Jason Kelsey.
Yeah.
And it's airing at 1 a.m. Eastern on ESPN. Joe Buck and his wife will be on there for one of the first episodes.
I kind of like the sound of it.
Did you listen to Jason Kelsey's wife's podcast?
Mm-mm.
She superseded Joe Rogan one week.
Oh, as far as downloads go? Really?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Like, it's not my jam. Like, don't get me wrong.
What are they talking about?
Probably about him. And they're probably their motherhood.
Like a narrative podcast?
Motherhood, maybe. Something like, I don't know.
You call it a narrative podcast? That's what Jackson calls it, a narrative.
Isn't every podcast a narrative?
Yeah, I'm not.
It's called Not Gonna Lie. And it's her personal story beyond being just a football wife and setting the record straight on gossip and giving 0 Fs.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
It's not my jam.
No.
Not Gonna Lie with Kylie Kelsey.
Probably going to make a lot of money with that. I just hope they pay their taxes. And if they don't, you know who they should call?
You catch that blend,
Mark
Cam?
Milton.
That's a
Dang
pro.
right.
That's a
Mark
pro.
Milton.
Can't teach that.
30 years, baby.
If you're currently sideways with the IRS, maybe you've got unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments maybe, or possibly even facing IRS criminal investigation from the godforsaken tax man, you should contact STL Tax Lawyer Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton and stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. You're wondering about his credentials? I'll give you credentials. Got his accounting degree from the University of Illinois, #1 accounting program in the country, law degree from St. Louis U. Now he lives and works right here in the St. Louis area to help people. Started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he represented the IRS in tax cases around the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This guy's got some credentials. Okay, now he helps individuals and businesses solve their tax problems. So if you have any kind of ordeal with the IRS, any kind of problem at all, Mark Milton is the guy to call, and you'll be saying, hey, I'm not guilty, I'm with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Get involved on the program. Text in 314-399-9646 Air Comfort Service text line. You can call in as well and talk it over with Cam Jansen, who is kind enough to be joining us today with Martin Kilcoyne out. The number is 314-974-0101. And those are the Callier and Thompson phone lines. This is The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. How's this one make you feel, Doug?
Oh, I feel great when this comes on. Really feel much better. It's a little pick-me-up after 3 hours. This is not a professional vocalist,
that's
right?
god-awful.
Yeah, well, that's Marky Mark of Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch.
Yeah,
you ever heard Good Vibrations?
Yeah.
Come on.
Nice.
Feel it.
Really nice. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota 10 o'clock hour. Cam Jansen filling in for Martin Kilcoyne, Douglas Elvin Vaughn, Tim McKernan with you, Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos. Jackson does this thing, Cam, where he comes up with a series of questions. And today's is called Tuesdays with Jack. But what I've been noticing lately, Doug, is there aren't any questions.
There don't seem to be. No. He just throws out an opinion, and we're supposed to react to that somehow.
Yesterday, I asked a great question, and it seemed to be met with, like, people were shocked. I asked, who's America's favorite redhead? And no one could come up with a decent answer. Carrot Top was the best we got.
But we found out that George Washington and Thomas Jefferson were both redheads.
Yeah, under the powdered wigs. Mm-hmm. The question I have is actually, it's Cam Jansen directed.
I think this is a real question that's typed out.
No, not typed out, but it is a real question.
Boy, you bluffed me off that pod. That was nice.
Well, I've thought about it. I just never wrote it down.
You look down to the right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't like how both of you are trying
to remember
read
that.
My souls.
You got to remember that.
That's why I don't play poker.
Yeah.
Cam,
yeah.
You're aware of the what happened to Biz Nasty in Scottsdale, Arizona?
Oh, yeah.
I'll catch people up briefly. He was at a restaurant, a family restaurant, and a couple of...
Do you say Houston's or Houston's?
Isn't it Houston's?
It could be either.
It's spelled like Houston's, like Soho, but it's not to be confused with Soha.
Okay.
But there was a family restaurant, 6 guys who had been imbibing? Is it imbibing?
Right
Drinking.
Jackson always has to make it sound more intelligent.
Say what it is.
He does.
All right. They had been drinking and causing up a stir at this family restaurant, and Biz Nasty had about enough of it and tried to stop it. He essentially went to the parking lot and took on all 6 of these guys.
Oh, he did.
My question to Cam is, if a situation similar to you happened, would you step in, and do you think you could handle six at once?
That's a good question. I would, and it scares me because I know I would do it.
And you're buddies with Biz, right?
Yeah, I've been that way my whole life, is sticking up for people. Like, no matter what, let's go. You know what I mean? But that's a scary situation. These guys are a bunch of Hoosiers. They're con artists. They were roughing up some girl at the country club before they even went to Houston's. Then they go in there drunk, weirdos, and they're doing all this stuff. And Biz is like, "What are you guys doing?" Like, I know these people. And they dragged him out. And Biz is like, God, trying to back up. They get him down and they kick him in his head. Like, I don't care how tough you are, man. You got 6 guys on you. Somebody's going to hit you from behind. Mm-hmm. Even if you fought 14-year-olds, somebody's going to catch you from behind with something. They're going to get you down. Once they get you down, they boot you in the head like that, man. You could have brain damage. Like, he got beat up more than you think. I saw that video, man. He got corked in the side of the head bad. Mm-hmm. That's a scary, scary situation. What pissed me off the most is nobody else helped him. Nobody in that restaurant. All those guys, I don't care if you're with your date. I don't care. You see what good and bad. You know what's going down. You're seeing the whole thing. No one's going to get up and help him. Nobody. Mm-hmm. That scares me. But on the other hand, nowadays, when you do help out or defend, you might go to jail too. Mm-hmm. If Biz catches one of those guys in the jaw, breaks his jaw, he hits his head off the concrete, I don't care if he's getting jumped, they're going to sue him. Like, you're probably still going to have to go to court. It's going to be a pain in the ass. So that whole situation sucks. But to answer your question, if I was on a plane, if we were somewhere here, I would be the guy, I would think, to run in and help and risk my life, which is scary.
Well, out of the 5 of us, I think you would.
I just would do that. And it's easy to say that until stuff goes down, but I just think I really would.
I think a lot of people are afraid that someone's going to pull out a gun and start shooting, too.
Yeah,
when they see an altercation, everybody's packing heat these days.
Yeah, they
are. You worry about, I'll let you have your way. Just don't shoot me.
Right.
I know. That's scary, too, man. Like, it is. But, like, on a plane, if somebody was acting up on a plane, I always, even when I get on a plane, I look around like, who's
going to do it?
Who looks tough? Like, who's going to be my partner if things go down? So, like, you see these guys acting crazy on a plane, like, I'd grab him and put him down and choke him out or whatever I need to do. But then you might go to jail, just like Daniel Penny and the Marine.
Yeah.
That was a
people's
weird
lives, and they wanted to throw him in jail.
Now he's like,
have you talked to Biz since that's happened?
Like text-wise.
Yeah, right,
but he got corked, man.
Yeah,
and he's lucky he didn't get jammed up even more.
Right.
So you want to be a hero, and you think that you're tough. Like, you got 6 dudes on you, man. Somebody's going to cork you from behind. You're going to get brain damage. So.
Did he think he was really going to whip all of them?
No, he's just trying to diffuse. He's diffusing the situation. He's backing up. He backed up almost a mile. No one's helping him. You got guys swarming him, kicking him. Boom. He's getting back up. His shirt's off. And, like, no one's helping. Everybody's just like, what's going on with their food? Like, no one helped him. Yeah. It was scary. You know it's a 8-on-1 or whatever it was. No one's coming out to help. Yeah. Are you too hungry? Like, are you eating? I'm sorry. Like, that scares me a little bit, man. Like, it does.
Unfortunately, we live in a society where men aren't men anymore. Standing up to him for standing up to those punks. That's from the 314.
Shysters is what they were. They rip people off and they go town to town.
So that's what they do. This was like a little...
Like marauders.
Like, what is that?
Marauders,
they're like
gypsies. They're just...
Yes.
It's wild, some of the stuff that kind of an anonymous person that follows Chicklets and Barstool has uncovered under some of these people. Violence, murders. It's just a wild, wild situation.
Weirdo.
They're involved in murders?
I didn't hear that.
Allegedly. But yeah, this guy, I don't know his real name. I think he goes by Shay something on Twitter. But yeah, just
Shay
really violent, unfortunate stuff.
He roughed up some girl at a country club right before they picked a fight at this Houston place. And I think they go to town, they rip people off, or they're scam artists.
Like pirates.
They're like, here, you pay for this and we'll do this, and then just leave town or whatever it is. Shysters. So, God, if I was there, though, I'd love to knock every one of them out.
Well, I asked because I knew you had a relationship with Biz, because my favorite video, I watch this video all the time, is when Biz was in the celebrity game or the alumni game. And they interviewed you, and you go, "Yeah, I'm going to go him. I'm going to go him." And then you did, and you beat him.
Yeah, which is weird. Like, I should be in Chicago. I would like to be in Chicago right now. If they had something to do, I'd be up there. Like, it'd be kind of cool. Well, I don't know why Chicago Blackhawks and the Blues don't have an alumni game. 50,000 people would watch that.
Yeah, they should.
50,000. You would make millions. Why would I don't? Maybe because of timing and whatnot, but like, you're not going to have all these alumni that are there anyway, Chelios and all those guys.
Yeah,
and then have a bunch of Blues guys come up. We'll get in fights. We'll have fun. We'll be entertaining as hell. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a miss now that you bring that up.
I know.
Aren't they playing college games there? Isn't that what we heard this week?
That'd be cool, too. Yeah. Something else. Like, you got everything set up. You might as well just take advantage of it. So.
Doug, I didn't know that Doug is used to taking on 6 guys at once. That's from the 314. So you've run into this as well?
Well, in my brawling days, when I was a cage fighter, sure.
Ever have a Napoli 7 eat your bin in the Centene parking garage? Well, that's my plan tonight. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
Centene, man. Dude, that place is so cool. It is.
Nice transition.
It is. No, they all party. All these parents party in the parking lot, man. They play bags like it's like a college football game. It's crazy, man. You're going to be doing that in a couple years.
Oh, my goodness. I'll be out playing bags in the Centene parking garage with the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom. Doug, she has a wonderful monogramming business. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, 1045. BK and Ferrario coming your way at 11 o'clock. If you're interested and you're watching on YouTube, you can see the merch that I am sporting. You can get yours at TMASTLshop.com. We have hats, we have quarter zips, hoodies, t-shirts, all kinds of TMA merch. You can get yours at TMASTLshop.com, and the great Mike Flanagan will turn that around and ship that out quick, fast, in a hurry to you. TMASTLshop.com. Doug, you're a take smith, and when you have a hot take, you put on those EDF mittens.
Oh, sure,
EDF. Do you want to support the EDF Group as a sponsor? TMA, it's real simple. Do you have a fire extinguisher work? The answer is yes, you certainly do. So please email the EDF Group at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF Group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. The EDF Group is hot and will prevent your facility from having hot fires. Experience the EDF Group difference. Learn more at theedfgroup.com. Doug had a take yesterday regarding Jordan Binnington.
I heard it.
Yeah, I'm anxious to hear what you think about that. We'll talk about it on the other side of the break. This is TMA 101 ESPN. TMA 101 ESPN, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Cam Jansen in for Martin Kilcoyne. You're welcome to get involved on the program. You can chat. Air Alliance team sponsors the studio cameras here on 101 ESPN. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the TMASTL app. Cam, you said you heard yesterday when Doug said what regarding the Blues net mining situation? He's putting on his EDF group mittens for his take.
I felt like
What'd you say exactly?
I had to put out the hot take warning that was coming so others could put on the mittens so as not to get burned because the take was so hot.
Yeah.
I said it's my opinion that right at this moment, I believe Joel Hofer is a better goaltender than Jordan Bennington.
I completely agree.
Wow.
How about that?
Right now, he is.
How about that?
I mean, George, I love Benner to death. Like,
I just want to be clear. My reaction is because when we had Kerber on, the non-ling was texting, Daddy Padre, and he won the Vezina, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah.
He played 15 years.
Didn't play at all.
We're all saying how bad Doug's take is, so I figured you, with the lineage that you have, would be on that side.
Joel Hofer's a better goalie right now, and that's fine.
It looks like it to me.
That's okay.
You don't hold rights.
No.
You don't hold rights, bro.
It's true, though. He's playing better hockey right now, and that's okay. You know, the schedule's been terrible. Horrible. And Benner, if he keeps working and playing, he sometimes he gets worn out. And we've seen this throughout the years. So there's nothing wrong with saying that Joel Hofer's playing better hockey right now.
Doug, the listeners need to apologize to you.
He's not saying that he's better than Benner, and he's won a cup, and he's not. No. I'm just saying, he said right now, who's a better goalie? And I would say Joel Hofer. And there's nothing wrong with that. You need to have two.
That might change a month from now.
Might change next week.
But right now, if you had to win this game today, I'd say you'd probably be better off with Hofer.
Probably right now.
What do you think in particular? We were both down at the game on Sunday, and there were a couple, would you say?
Did you see the one, like the last one, the momentum changer, where, Benner thought he was going to throw it out front, and he kept his 5-hole open. It's a terrible angle shot. I mean, you're seeing what I'm seeing. Like, how do you dissect that?
So 4 goals, 16 shots, right?
Joel Hofer has been fantastic. Now, behind the net, he's not as skilled as Benner receiving the puck. The communication's kind of been weird when it comes to the D with Hofer behind the net, where he'll kind of like throw the puck into no man's land, get jammed up a little bit. But he's making some big time saves and he's winning games.
Yeah.
So your take's not that hot, man.
Oh,
no
should
offense.
I take the mittens off?
Take them off.
You can't win. You can't win.
Did you get bashed for that?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I did.
I expected
what are they
it.
saying now?
That's what makes a hot take.
Let's see. Love hearing Cam again. Miss hearing your show on 590. That's from Ironhead. Craig Ironhead Hayward. Let's see.
Were they
yesterday? Doug caught some hell. He did.
So were they like? That's on. What they say?
It's sometimes. They just said that's craziness, but I think a lot of it's Bennington. Won a cup for the city, but just like we see with Paul Goldschmidt and Nolan Arenado, a guy gets a little bit of mileage on him, and he's not quite the player he used to be.
Or it's just a little bit of mileage this year where you're just worn out. I mean, seriously, the travel that these guys have gone through, and as a goalie, It's amplified, like it truly is.
So I thought something that we can, and I'd be curious what your perspective is on this, because I don't know if we were over here at the time, so yeah, we weren't on 590 together. In 22, if you remember, when they beat the Wild to get to the eventual cup-winning Avalanche, Ville Husso was the guy.
I know.
And then Bennington goes in there, gets hot, and I'm sitting there thinking he might beat this buzzsaw in Colorado damn near single-handedly until he got run by Kadri. So you can see how quickly it can turn. And to be clear, Doug wasn't saying Bennington's done. Hofer, you were just saying right now you would prefer to see.
Yeah, I think right now he's been better over the last month and a half.
That's okay. That's
so
okay.
It was a hot take. I thought it was a hot take, and now you're saying
not really.
No.
Not really.
Okay.
You got the people fired up, and I get that, man. They back Benner, like they love him, and rightfully so. And don't forget, in 2000, right before COVID, the Blues were rocking and rolling. They were rocking and dominating. Yeah. Petro was still there. Yeah. They were dominating. And all of a sudden, everything shut down, and they couldn't figure it out in the bubble, rightfully so. Like, you already won. Now we're doing this fake thing. Like, what the hell? Yeah. So I get that. And then Kadri, when he can't, and I know exactly
you want
what
a piece of him right now, don't you?
Here's why. Not just because he ran over Benner, but he became the victim. He became the victim.
Yeah.
He did. And everybody, then he started saying, I'm getting text messages, they're getting this and that, and everybody, then they write articles in Denver saying how
Berube a bigot. That was the thing. That was really that irritated the hell
David
out of
Perron
me.
is because David Perron went after him. David Perron's a bigot. Yeah. The fans here are. They wrote articles in Denver about how bad the fans are because a couple little nerd boys tweeted at you. Get out of here, the victim. We stand with Kanaz. We stand with the kid. Out of here. God, that drove me nuts.
The Blues would play the Blackhawks, who knocked them out in the first round last season.
That's just good reporting there, is all that is. Well, Bennington is probably the most popular athlete in St. Louis right now.
That's a good question. I
think it's probably him.
He's up there,
So
man.
to say that there might be someone on the team who's actually maybe a little better than him right now, that's going to get some people upset.
That's okay. But we're just looking at right now.
Yeah.
And that's fine. You want your backup to be better than your starter at times, too, when he's not playing good. It's okay. Yeah. Have some competition. It's still a grind. Right. But things are going to chill out a little bit more. There's going to be more separation between games, and Benner's going to get his groove back. It's just, man, it's just nonstop.
So what do you think they'll do here with the next 3 games? You got today, Bennington's in there today. Yeah. Friday's at home against Ottawa, then you're back-to-back going to Columbus on Saturday. You think it's Bennington-Hofer, Bennington-Hofer-Bennington?
They have
Is there any method to this madness?
Oh, yeah, for sure. They have it already. I mean, things could change, obviously, when you get lit up for 7 and then you get pulled and whatnot. So that changes the schedule. But they have the schedule written out already on what's going to happen in the next 2 weeks with those two. So I think you're going to see more Joe Hofer until Benner does what he did in Dallas, where you squeaked out a point in Dallas a couple weeks ago where you had no business in that game against Dallas, and you went to overtime and you lost in overtime with Duchesne.
I was listening to your call with Kerber on that.
But Benner saved you a point there, like he did. Like he got you that point. Mm-hmm. So, but that's fine. Have Joe Hofer go build his confidence up until something drops off, and now Benner's going to get back in it. It's good to have competition. It is.
Yeah. And some of it, they say in football, the most popular guy in town is always the backup quarterback. So there's maybe some of that involved in my hot take. But I've just been really impressed by what I've seen from Hofer.
He's pretty good. He's a big kid, too. Mm-hmm. He's big. He's tall, skinny. Just like Benner, all those goalies.
That's what you want. You want skinny.
Like Ben Bishop's tall, skinny.
Because they're a little bit more flexible, and they can do the splits and everything. Yeah,
Marty wasn't skinny.
No, he wasn't.
Berdor.
Yeah.
He was thick. He's a freak athlete, though, man. Like the way
Bradford's beard, it doesn't do it for him.
If Marty Berdor walked in right now, you just kind of like, doo-doo, doo-doo. But then you see him on the ice, and he'll make these crazy plays, spin around, do this, do that. Like, how? He's just so chill, and all of a sudden he could be so acrobatic.
And he was good in commercials, too.
Oh, he's good. Remember the Enterprise commercial?
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 10:26 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Cam Jansen in for Martin Kilcoyne. Sharon and Clayton.
Sharon.
She's texted in. Sharon, just so you know, we fortunately have a number of people who text in, so it's not she's sideways with Jackson, but she's supporting Cam. I'm going to keep texting this in until you read it. Oh, holy hell. So great to hear Cam this morning. A nice belated Christmas present. Miss Hot Take Central so much. This high school basketball drop is Hall of Fame. Happy New Year to all. Sharon and Clayton, a.k.a. the First Lady of 590. Yeah. She was the First Lady of 590?
Oh, yeah. She came on strong. Big time.
And is that why she doesn't like Jackson? Or does that have to do with Travis Hunter's fiance? Doug, I'm trying to follow.
What'd you say about... see, he's in a jam, dude. I'm sorry. Travis Hunter.
Oh, no, I thought that... I think people are, taking social media clips, and basing an opinion off of it, and I don't think that's right.
I get that. But you also know... If you know, you could sense and see things too on how they react in certain situations.
But don't you think that's more of a reflection? I'm not saying on you personally, but of the person looking at it, less so on them.
I don't know. I saw what I saw, and I'm like, that's his moment, and she's making it about her, and that's just such a red flag. Even if it's just a little petty thing like that, that's his moment. And
I just don't know. I don't think she was making it about but I don't know because I saw 6 seconds on social media.
Well, she's like, what? Where's my attention? What am I doing? She's complaining that she was sitting there.
I did see that.
And how dare you take pictures with other?
But I don't know the content. I don't know what's going on.
No, you're right.
It's more of a generalized statement that I think we as a society try to pull too much out of too little.
If you saw that, if we were at a bar with them and you saw that,
different. That's
and we just saw you'd be like, oh, geez. Like, oh boy, like this is gonna be a long road for you, dude.
Yeah, it's different, but also like I don't know.
I like him a lot, though, man. Like, he's
how can
cool.
you not?
He is awesome.
Yeah, he's great.
Guys, would you rather have a Manti Te'o girlfriend situation or Travis Hunter girlfriend situation?
Manti Te'o. What a weird thing that was, man. Manti Te'o, handsome, has everything.
Catfished.
How did you let that happen to you?
You watched that on Netflix? Was that on Netflix?
I watched that.
Right? Yeah.
And people, I watched it, I'm thinking, I remember listening to everybody's reaction after that. They're like, I feel so bad for Manti Te'o. And they kind of like felt so bad. And I watched it, I'm like, it made me look at him like, what are you? Weirdo? How did you let that happen? My girlfriend, you never met her. You got girls flocking all over you. I know it's Notre Dame. Like, don't get me wrong. It's not like there's not too many, I guess. But anywhere you went, it's just so mind-boggling to me, man.
Preach, Cam. Piddles doesn't know what he's talking about. That's Sharon Clayton.
My point is that neither of you know what you're talking about because you don't know them.
Nope,
and I think that it's bad for these people.
I bet you we would figure it out quick, though.
You might absolutely be right. My point is not even that. My point is I don't think we know enough.
There's a couple other little things that popped up, too, and they're like, is that real? Is it not? She hanging out with the dog.
Right, and a lot of it was fake. A lot of it was nonsense. A lot of it was like...
Doug, I don't know what we're talking about.
Well, there was like a fake thing that she commented on.
I know that, but I'm like, what else popped up?
There was a fake thing where she, it was an Instagram post from Anthony Edwards, shooting guard for the Minnesota Timberwolves, and that she was commenting something on his Instagram.
You call him Ant-Man, right?
I don't really. I don't say that.
He's a Georgia product. And they were saying that, that she was commenting on it, some flirtatious, but that was BS. Yeah. It wasn't real. Yeah. But people ran with it. That's what I'm saying. Is we run with stuff that we don't know if it's not even necessarily true.
Mm. Totally.
Jackson is the Manti Te'o of Sports Talk Radio. That's from Crystal City Club.
Getting Heisman votes. Getting Heisman votes.
That's right. You're right. That's right.
So you're saying that Jackson's girlfriend isn't real? Is that what the Crystal City Club?
Well, we haven't seen her, have we?
That's fair. But she's very real.
I have not met her. Doug has not met her.
No.
That's true.
I guess she's real.
That's true. That's just unfortunate timing there. That's not
McKernan, have you met her?
No, don't answer it.
I've been instructed not to answer that.
Yeah, so you haven't seen her, have you?
What's that mean?
Yeah, what is it?
What does that mean?
Cam, what's going on here?
Yeah, you can answer. I don't care.
It's all good.
I believe you. I have not met her.
So nobody's met her. Cam, have you met her?
I don't think so.
No one. In fairness, though, there was a situation where you were going to meet her, Tim, but it was illness took over. That was in the summer, so it's not like I can't believe I'm having to defend this right now. I am not Manti Te'o. Although I think I can wrap up. I can meet you in the A gap if you're not careful.
Iggy is in the YouTube chat and he says he's met her.
Oh, okay.
You don't think he has?
I know. I'm pretty sure he hasn't.
Okay.
You might have seen a picture.
I've seen her.
Okay, seen a picture.
So
yes, I posted a picture of her. Yeah. Okay. Well, not like as.
Well, that's how you get catfish.
Right, I was about to say, but I mean,
of me and her.
Iggy, have you met her? Has Iggy met her?
No, I don't think so.
Back when the internet first started, though.
Cut by Iggy?
Well, I think every man out there should ask yourself: has my significant other met Iggy? That's the question.
Back in the early 2000s, though, I got. In Windsor,
by one of the billet moms?
Well, no, more like you had these little chats online that just started, and girls would reach out to you, and they're like, "I live in Windsor too," and they show me pictures. They're like, "Let's meet." It wasn't her,
Oh, did you meet her?
Yeah.
Who was it?
We're like, "Yeah, we'll meet you." I don't know.
It wound up being like a 48-year-old guy.
Yeah, it's like something weird. I remember, and then
it turned out to be a swamp donkey.
They didn't show up, and you're like, okay. But that was right when the internet started. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but Manti Te'o, dude, I don't feel bad for him. Everybody's like, poor guy. I'm like, no, he's an idiot.
So what did you say to this girl when you met her and you realized it wasn't the one that you'd seen the picture of?
Hi. Still hung out with her. I drove 15 minutes.
Yeah, you got to get return on investment.
You're 17 years old. You just don't care. Yeah. Like, let's be honest.
She doesn't exist, and we all know it. Piddles, that's from the Great Bank Auto Detailing.
This is one I didn't see coming, is that people thinking I'm faking your girlfriend.
No,
not the case. And
it's okay. If it makes you feel better, that's all right.
There it is. Yeah.
We believe you, dude.
Thanks.
So no one has met Jackson's girlfriend, and he's pretty sure no one has met her from the audience. It's pretty obvious that she's fake.
That's not true. That part right there isn't true.
Oh, man. If you let them get to you, they'll get to you, dude. They will get you. They feed off of it. They smell the blood in the water. It's hilarious.
There's no blood to be had. I can't. Like, there's no way to defend this. Like, I just have to be, like, steadfast. Right. I have to be steadfast saying she's very real.
Oh, it's funny, man.
You sure she's a girl?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's all good.
Oh, God bless. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to email and Design Air Heating and Cooling. Email that is going to be coming up the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkett, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN. If you are a carpet installer, Michael's Flooring has a great opportunity for you. Michael has been owning and operating his family business for over 30 years at Michael's Flooring, and he takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living, and that's why he is offering carpet installers $7 a square yard. Michael's passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price, and that is why he is making sure he gets the best carpet installers and giving them $7 a square yard. That is incredible compensation in this industry. If you are interested, go to igotfloored.com. That's Michael's Flooring's website, igotfloored.com. Michael's Flooring, igotfloored.com. Carpet installers, you're getting $7 a square yard at Michael's. Go to igotfloored.com.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Coming up later this afternoon, we'll have the NHL Winter Classic with the Blackhawks taking on your St. Louis Blues right here on 101 ESPN. Puck drop at 4 p.m. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, you requested Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch. You got it right here.
I really wanted it bad.
Doug, would you like a commissioner for college football?
Sure. They're going to have to make some changes because it's chaos right now.
Well, here is what James Franklin, who will be coaching tonight against Boise State, had to suggest.
Okay. Hit the lever, please, Pale.
A moment.
Go ahead, Pale. Hit the lever now. Timing is everything in this business.
Got it.
Hit the lever, please.
Get rid of the conference championship game. That will shorten the season and help with the window a little bit. The other thing that I think is very, very important is that everybody's playing the same number of conference games, whether that's 8, 9, whatever the number is. Everybody's playing the same. So again, the committee can compare apples to apples. And then I think we start a week earlier. Let's start a week earlier, because I think if you can take some of the stress off of the academic calendar, again, God forbid we talk about academics, right? So there's some recommendations rather than just saying this is a problem. I thought I would throw out a few recommendations, but I think one of the most important things that we can do is let's get a commissioner of college football that is waking up every single morning and going to bed every single night, making decisions that's in the best interest of college football. I think Nick Saban would be the obvious choice that I think if we made that decision, now Nick will probably call me tonight and say, like, dude, don't do this. But I think he's the obvious choice, right?
Doug, how would you like Nick Saban as the commissioner of college football?
That'd be okay.
You're not a big Saban guy. That's why
I didn't like his attitude when he coached at Alabama. I thought he was unnecessarily mean to people. But it seems like this is the job of the NCAA. I guess nobody's doing that. I mean, the NCAA has lots of people work for them. I'm sure they see themselves as commissioners of college football.
Yeah. Alabama Jones.
Yeah.
That was pretty funny. Shane Gillis on there.
You got him on that at South Bend.
I like Nick Saban.
You like that idea?
God, yeah.
I kind of like the idea. Now, Kirby Smart was asked about it. He's close with Saban, so this isn't a shot, but this is what Kirby Smart had to say.
I don't know that it's as simple as saying, let's name a commissioner and it solves all our problems. I don't think that's the case. I think we're governed by separate circumstances. Conferences govern us, NCAA governs us, now we have courts governing us, and nobody is over all of those. I think a commissioner would be a nice thing in theory, but what can they effectively get done if everybody can't agree on something? And Nick would be great. I know he's a huge advocate for college football. He wants to make it better. He's always been a person that believed in leave it better than you found it, and I have a lot of respect for the way he does it, but I'm probably not the guy that can tell you what a commissioner can and can't do in terms of making it a better process for all of us.
That's the core issue, is that you have a bunch of different interests. I don't know how a commissioner actually would make it work.
Yeah,
they can be a spokesperson and a face for college football, but I don't know what they can, because the Big Ten has their interest, SEC has their interest, ACC has theirs, Big 12, the non-Power 4 schools have theirs.
What's the biggest issue?
It's the portal right now, I think.
I mean, it's always money, and then there's various levels of it. The television deal is what ended the Pac-12. The NIL is what's certainly fueling the manner with which players are able to bounce around, which then gets to the portal conversation. I don't know how they're all kind of operating in their own different sovereign nations, I guess, for lack of a better term, to draw an analogy to it. So then how can somebody be all powerful over a bunch of different sovereign nations?
And also, they're in such a tough dichotomy, because clearly there's so much, it's total wild, wild west in terms of the transfer portal and NIL, but also college football health-wise is doing better maybe than it's ever done. It's flourishing. It's got all the eyes and attention and engagement. So it's you can change it. It needs an overhaul, clearly, but you don't want to do too much where you start losing out on what you have.
What I think you're going to see happen, and I'll make a play that you're going to see it happen again here within the next month. You're going to see a high-profile coach who you thought was locked in for a long time step away because they're getting exhaustion from the portal. So you saw it last year with Saban. Saban was the first big one to go. I don't think Harbaugh's was related to that. Dave Clawson's not a big name, but he was at Wake Forest for a number of years. Even though they were bad this year, I don't think he was going to get whacked. Jim Larrañaga just had it happen, and he coached Miami to a Final Four 2 years ago.
Tony Bennett.
More famously at George Mason, and then
Tony Bennett
at Virginia. And I think it's just wearing people out. And, because there is no rule, and you essentially have these players for a year, and then you lose them again.
Yeah, sometimes not the whole year.
Right.
Right. I mean, we saw the advantages Missouri has NIL-wise is it's lucrative for Missouri in terms of their NIL laws. And we saw that with Williams Nwaneri. I think a big reason why he committed to Missouri was he was able to make some money right out the get-go. And then after a year of not playing, he's going somewhere. He's going to Nebraska, And so it's you have a great thing in Missouri, but then it doesn't last, and then who knows, and money. Some sort of salary cap seems like it could be a really good play. You have $20 million to spend, and that's all you can spend, so that you have.
But they'll cheat on that too,
right? And then you get right back because where were we before NIL?
Mm-hmm.
Teams may or may not have been paying players. Even though definitely maybe I don't know.
Jay Wright, I left him out. Jay Wright, Villanova.
Yeah. Right. That was right at the beginning of the NIL.
College football broke when they started paying players. It was a Pandora's box. It's not that complicated. That's from the 913.
I think it is much more complicated and nuanced than that. And it's not broken. It's again, I think it's flourishing. That's
flourishing.
That's the weird thing about it. It's we all agree that there's needs for major change, but they're also making money hand over fist.
Boston College head coach left to be the defensive coordinator for the Packers because of NIL. That's from the 618.
It seems like you could make just a couple of rule changes and it would help considerably. If you move back the start of the transfer portal date from the early December to February 1st, at least everybody would complete the season with the team they started with and not transfer out in early December. And then if you limited the number of times a player could transfer, say the first time is free, but if you transfer again, you got to sit out a year. That would knock down a lot of it. Just a couple of rule tweaks, I think, would control some of it.
Yeah,
do you like the parity in college football this year? Is it?
I think we'll see. Yeah, I do like the 12-team playoff. I like the expanded playoff. I think it's tough to say otherwise. But
think there's a better balance with the skill level with some of these teams?
But they got Big Ten having 18 schools. Something's got to be taken care of with that. ASAP, either divisions and conferences or total realignment.
You didn't have to say ASAP, though.
You thought he had more time.
As soon as possible.
We still got 13 minutes.
How about pronto? What if I said pronto?
Okay, that's better.
That.
Yeah,
lickety split. Toot sweet.
Yeah, I like all those alternatives. It's going to take a change for sure, and it will change. It's been changing for many years, and it'll continue to change.
The playoffs will probably expand again before
they're going to expand. They're going to expand. I think they meet on the morning of the championship game on the 20th or 21st to discuss the new playoff format that'll begin in 2026. How about this from Scott Sprinkled Ballsack, but not his wife?
No.
Just wanted to say it was great to have Cam back with you guys today. Hope he can fill in down the road. Happy New Year, everyone. That's from Scott Sprinkled Ballsack.
What's up,
Nice
buddy?
sentiment.
Thank you, man.
How about that?
Right on.
Very nice sentiment.
The portal created parity, so I like that. I wonder in a few years if boosters get fatigued and stop paying big money, if they really get zero ROI other than your alma mater being good. At some point, that money may dry up a bit. That's from Al in Dadeville.
It might, but they've been saying that for decades. And boosters still keep pouring money into their favorite
Don't
program.
you think if you're a booster, you could be like, I know exactly where my money's going. I'm getting that quarterback.
Right.
Yeah, it's more item. It's like an itemized receipt in a way.
I'm just going to pick out, I'm going to spend this money. I know exactly what we're going to get. We're going to get that stud.
Mm-hmm.
We got to wrap it up before the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which comes your way, and then BK and Ferrario send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Croup and Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkett, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Welcome back. It is TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Cam Jansen in for Martin Kilcoyne, and it is time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. Oh, Doug, you were excited to see Buck Swope win the month?
Well, he's won several, hasn't he?
Well, that's why he's the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year. You can be the TMA Listener of the Month by going to TMASTL.com right now and signing up. And we will have the Papal Conclave voting coming up here over the next 48 hours. It took Michelangelo 4 years to paint the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. But that pales by comparison to the 4 hours of perfection Tim created this morning.
Oh, no.
But this email is about the first time I was taken from behind.
Oh.
It started innocently enough, but doesn't it always? 2013, a Eureka, Missouri local watering hole?
Poor Richards.
He was in town for the Christmas holiday bragging about having gone top shelf at the Garden. I was like, dude, I watched the replay. You kicked that puck in. He was none too happy when my statement elicited laughter from the bar, and he was hopping mad. I'm going to teach you a lesson ASAP, a sexual lesson. He grabbed me from behind like a big, muscular polar bear. I couldn't get away, but in reality, I didn't want to. Before I knew it, we were playing leapfrog, and he was stuck. That's from That's a girl? That's from Wilma? And then the last name's Fingerdew, but it's a picture of a guy, and Cam, you're in the background of the picture.
My old
it seems like you were with an older man.
I could see that.
Yeah.
I could see that.
I like the name.
Chairman Kurtz showing you the picture.
There he is. What's up?
I like the name Wilma. It's a good name.
Wilma Fingerdew.
Oh, it's
She's
French.
Yeah.
Flintstones, right, Wilma?
It's correct.
Yes.
Betty. Good to hear Cam Jansen today. It was nice to have someone that is knowledgeable about sports takes without the corny dad jokes from Martin.
Damn, a stray from Martin.
Yeah. Chairman Kurt, the filtered file. Nobody's safe. Doug's hot take about the goalie situation has some support from Cam. It made up for when he said the Peach Bowl tickets were $1,700
And that's what it said, and then it changed about 30 minutes later. Clearly,
the market dropped from $1,700 to $19.
Yeah, well, I didn't make it up. I read it on ESPN.com.
He must have gotten his information from Fax Sports again. The Chiefs having 2 losses. I see Doug is still following football closely. Maybe he and the Pestus from Festus can meet up.
He's talking about the Lions.
The Lions had 2. Who is this guy? Who's this nut job? This is JV golf coach, isn't it?
It is not. Maybe he and the Pestus from Festus can meet up for some prune juice and discuss the good old days while enjoying some muscacholio. Now, I wasn't really listening today. It was more background noise. I had more important things to do, like relieving my bowels multiple times, but I did hear Sharon from Clayton pop in again. Seriously, when is she and Jackson just going to do the damn thing?
Oh.
Sharon's clearly obsessed, and I'm just waiting for the day she pulls Jackson into the studio, rips him off that cuck chair, and gives him the kind of prostate exam that'll make him forget how to do his job. Make it a fundraiser. I'll bet you raise a ton. Happy New Year. That's from the future podcaster of the year.
Is this the cuck chair?
Future podcaster
Feels like it's on
of the
that.
year with a very poor email.
A few years ago, Mr. Jansen liked one of my posts on the TMA fan page. It was the highlight of my life. I was so honored that Cammy Jan, one of the toughest NHL enforcers ever, took time out of his life to press the thumbs up button on my dumbass thought. Cam has always been one of my favorite players. I still vividly remember both goals he scored as a member of the St. Louis Blues. He hurt my feelings today, though. About an hour ago, he used the phrase Nowhereville, Illinois. I'm from a small town in Illinois with a population of 950 people, and I didn't appreciate your little comment.
No.
Next time, keep your personal opinion to yourself or to your homeboys.
Is this Miss Butler?
My town may not have any stoplights, but we've got a weekend flea market and a combination butcher shop / gas station / bar.
Nice.
You can play a few spins on the video slot machines before you pick up some pork chops and a carton of cigarettes. You see, small towns are pretty cool. Since I'm in a good mood for the Winter Classic, I forgive you, Cam. Here's my prediction for today's outdoor tilt. Blues 12, Blackhawks nothing. I don't give a piss about nothing but the note. Blitz, Blues, Blitz. That's from the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
And finally, Sadie Hawkins, Doug. Mizzou beat Iowa 27-24 in the Music City Bowl as the over-covered but didn't quite hit 60 like as was suggested by the geriatric from Festus. After the game, Eli Drinkwitz fired up Twitter and dunked on some random Arkansas fan because nobody talks more smack while celebrating the most mundane of accomplishments than Eli Drinkwitz. Egypt became just the third country, along with the United States and the Philippines, to top Larry Nichols' country rankings. Libby Jack admitted when he's in a bad mood, he unwinds by watching 20-year-old highlights of an overrated white point guard who never made an all-star team.
But boy, could he pass the rock.
But I think the lead is that as a stranger, Cam Jansen crushed kids on the ice and crushed Cougar Tail off the ice. He's a fancy lad and he don't care. Well, it's the end of the month, so that means Libby Jack will soon be using a random number generator to pick a lister of the month. Plenty of viable candidates, including Pestus, the banny old man from Festus, who may or may not be Tucker, that dork Chris or Kyle who calls in with the same acid and Cardinal suggestions, like moving Mason Wynn to second base to rest his arm. You've got John, the Chiefs fan, who didn't know the Chiefs were playing on Christmas Day until he called in as Doug for injury updates. You've got that real card named Allen, who demanded more out of market NHL scores and Libby Jack Sports Center updates, and the most awkward call since the guy who called in to complain about the butt jokes. But if none of those guys sign up, we'll just give it to some rando like Bob Wagon. Thanks. That's from Buck Swope. Doug, that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
Well, it's so often the case. It gets down to Buck and the JV golf coach. Those were the two best.
You didn't like the future podcaster of the year?
No, I thought he was off base. I guess I got to go with Buck Swope again.
What do you got, Cam?
Who's the cat that I hung out with at Poor Richards in Eureka? And we played Leapfrog.
That was Wilma.
That's the one. Wilma.
I like the JV golf coach.
Wow. That puts me to the test. I'm going future podcaster of the year.
Well,
so Chairman Kurt, you get to decide.
Congratulations, Wilma.
Yeah,
congratulations.
Congratulations. What a win. Doug, tell us about Design Air, the sponsor of the email today.
Well, I don't know that Seth will be happy with the winner, but he would be happy if you'd call him if you need help with your furnace, because it is going to get cold here in the next few days. He and his family have been taking care of a St. Louis family since 1904. It's a fourth-generation St. Louis business. Also, the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the entire show. The business best known for their honesty and going way above and beyond the call. I've had them at my house a couple times, maybe 3 or 4 times now over the years, and they just do fantastic work. Their technicians have been with them for many years, know exactly what they're doing. They'll never try to upsell you, give you just exactly what you need. That's how they train their employees. Their website, easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling now. So for all of your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. You can find them online at designairservice.com.
Cam, wonderful having you in today.
Yeah, it was great, man.
Really
Appreciate you guys.
Program. God bless.
Saw you.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming in. The great
Anytime.
Cam Jansen in for Martin Kilcoyne today. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are next for Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, Cam Jansen in for Martin Kilcoyne, my brother Kevin, Douglas Elvin Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.